John, what's up? Thoughts on motorcycle? The motorbike? I think it'd probably actually do pretty good if it wasn't basically getting dropped towards the very middle slash tail end of like a hard gem squeeze and people already don't like the 007. I mean, I might scoop one up if it goes below, if it goes like below 100 gems, like I might scoop one up, but other than that, I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, starting a little early today, kind of letting the light in as well this time, so no background cool lights and stuff like that. It's like way too bright to pull that off. AK Bash, what's up? Gianluca, I have no idea if I pronounced that. Hello, what's up? I actually got a dub with a bike. Depending on the price, I might sell. In my honest opinion, it's up to you. I would just try and sell it right away. At least that's probably what I would do if I got the bike. But then again, I don't know. I think I'll probably just hold off buying one. I don't think it's that big of a deal to go for it. How did you do on the bike? I took an L. Oh, I took an L too, because there's only like 9,000 editions, right? That's less than comics, and I've never won a comic, so. Sam Gito aka I don't know why I have to like break it down. Photographer. So looking forward to this talk. Not much technical talk. I mean, honestly, like there's not much technical talk to be said. It's just like, yo, there's a gem squeeze going on. People are freaking out about real world stuff that are going on, you know, potentially in, you know, Ukraine and or Canada. People are worried about the cryptocurrency since that's not doing too well. People think that that's affecting Omi as well as Veve. People think there's still Pokemon or some big announcement at the end of the month. People are we got some more information on MTL, like we got beta test out. We're already beta testing it, but we know that there's going to be like a wave 2 of beta testers coming out, and you know, Q system could be in a couple months. The MTL thing, we got some actual specifics, so people actually have some hard numbers, like, okay, I need at least 1,000 gems on my account to be able to cash out and this and that. So it's like, I think it's like 10 or 15 different things at once. It's not just, oh, people are selling off, you know. It's also because the newer drops, like the Lady and the Tramp, like the newer golden moments, I mean, they've been out for almost a week now, right? Almost a week. It's been 5 days. There's a lot of people that still want it on drop, you know. So for a lot of people, as long as they sell it for more than 100 gems, they're making profit, right? I don't think I would hope no one's willing to sell their golden moment Donald Duck and Daisy Duck all the way down to 200 gems just because it's profit, but there are a lot of people like that. One thing to note is that the overall listings are down. It is climbing a bit recently. This is Lady and the Tramp, but Lady and the Tramp was down to 481, so it does seem like there's been some sort of circulation going on, and the total listings are down compared to their all-time high of like 583. So it's a slow burn. It's not as quick as like the typical golden moments, but it is what it is. Sam Gito, yeah, it's a lot of different things, dude. But you know, same thing with the lenticular cards. Like, dude, like last night I bought a Donald lenticular card. I bought a Donald lenticular card for 600 gems because the floor was like 675 at the time. Like, I bought the card last night when the floor was 675 and someone listed it for 600. I'm like, wow, someone just listed it for 15% below floor. And I bought it, and then I went to bed. I'm like, maybe it'll go back up. Like, I just don't see it going down all the way down to 600 by the middle of the day tomorrow. And sure enough, middle of the day tomorrow, it's at 602. So there's some heavy undercutting going on, and there's just a massive gem squeeze right now because, I mean, in my personal opinion, it's still early for a drop for people to get rid of it. Because, like, I mean, just look at the Mickey Mouse card, right? When it dropped, I mean, there's probably hundreds of people, flipping it and stuff, obviously, as you can see here. But there's a good chance that there's still, anywhere between, I'm just throwing random numbers out there, like 8,000 to 9,000 people that still have the card on drop that a lot of them are entertaining the idea of just selling it because they don't know if it's going to keep crashing, and so they're listing it and you know, undercutting. That's how you're actually getting. That's the only reason I can think of, me personally, why these prices are below their all-time lows, because no one bought below 480 at any point for Mickey Mouse unless it was a one-off mislisting. But even then, so the only reason why people are actually listing below is that, one, they either want it on drop, and as long as it's above 40 gems, it's profit, so they don't care. Or two, people are just willingly taking a loss. You know, maybe they bought it up here at 535. Oh my God, it's not going up. Let me just sell it now, eat the loss, and just wait till MTL. You know, maybe they did that a few other times. So who knows? So it's really hard to say what is causing things to basically hit their all-time low, especially like newer stuff, other than the fact that people are just taking a loss and or they want it on drop, and to them, profit's profit. It doesn't matter. And to be honest, I'd be in a similar position too. Like if I was kind of panicking about Veve or anything like that, I'd be doing the same thing too. Like I would just be selling anything that's in the green that I could, just to kind of tell myself, okay, cool, I sold something that's profitable. How did you take a... Yeah, I already took the L on the bike. I took an L on poster, but got the bike. Nice. Edson. There it is. I don't know why, but like, I don't know if you changed that recently, Edson, but there was always like a 7. Maybe I was just too dumb to figure out that your name was actually Edson, but there was always a 7. On my screen, there's always a 7 and 7S for your name. I don't know why, but took an L on poster, but got the bike. Yeah. I didn't even bother with poster, to be honest. I knew it was going to immediately go below box price, so I didn't even bother trying for it. Bike I tried just for fun, but let's see if the market's open. I feel like it should be, right? At least I would think so. No, it's still not open. Market was open pretty quick after the what's it called, the graph, the schematic of the glider. Goat of Goats, thank you for the $2. What's the best golden moment to buy? Any of them, to be quite honest. Any of them. I still think, and I said this last week too, I'm like, the squeeze could happen all the way through February. So to be honest, at least if there's anything I've learned the last couple months, it's like, as of right now, just like hold on to your stuff. I just don't see golden moments skyrocketing, and even if they do skyrocket, they'll still retrace a bit. So yeah, I mean, if we look at golden moments, I still think Donald and Daisy are pretty undervalued. Scooping an R2D2 plus 7K is great. Getting a C3PO that had an all-time high of 6K at 3.5 is pretty damn good. Even though it doesn't say on here its all-time high was 6K, I don't know why it doesn't, but I have seen C3PO pushed all the way up to 6K. I don't know why it's not reflected on this chart, but it is what it is. Getting Iron Man for 1900, like literally anything and everything on here is a crazy deal. It's nice to see Sorcerer's Hat is actually like going up. I bought my Sorcerer's Hat at like 4.3K. Literally as they announced the FAFE tag change, but at the time they didn't have the article showing any of the golden moments like Mickey hat, so I bought one, and then this happened. So I'm holding out for golden moments. Like, I mean, I bought it way up here. Like, this is basically when I bought my hat. So it is what it is. You can't tell announcements. You can't. That's why it's impossible to time the market, because all it takes is one tweet, one update, one thing to completely flip the market on its head. So, hello everyone. Emu a piece. I like that name. Is the Glider Blueprint a good investment? Definitely not. No. I would hold off on that. Gianluca, Lucia. Luca, when crypto's crashing, when will they come for the NFTs and everything pumps? Noki All-Star, yeah, let's hope so. I really hope all the people that are coming over from crypto come over to NFT space, are investing in this instead. Yeah, I mean, that could definitely happen. Well put. Dean Mahoney, if nothing big drops towards the end of February, the market doesn't rebound, we could be in a big dip until MTL drives. I think so too. I think either I mentioned it in my most recent vibe check video of the market. In case you guys don't know, I don't do it every time, but most of the time when there is a drop in the morning, I try to release a video just quickly covering the market, because I do know some people don't like being blind to the market when there is a drop happening, or sometimes people want to make a move. on the market when it does open back up. So sometimes, you know, for an hour, hour and a half, sometimes 2 hours, the market's just closed and people can't see the market at all. They don't know where prices of things are at, whether stuff is up or down, because I know not everyone wants to pay or has access to like ecomi.wiki and stuff like that. So just keep an eye out for that occasionally. And plus, it's just something to watch. I try to release it literally right as the market is closing. So I try to release it like at or before 8:30, you know, or 30 minutes before the drop when the market closes. So it gives you guys something to watch in the meantime while the market's closed, instead of kind of doing nothing. I don't know. But I agree, Dean Mahoney. I think I said that in my last video, is that there's a good chance, if there's not a big drop, if there's nothing to kind of help stimulate the economy to go up or people to start buying again. I mean, hell, this gem squeeze could last all the way through, you know, halfway till next month, maybe all the way through the month. Like, who knows? Unless there's something big, even if they do make a big announcement, right? The gem squeeze would just get harder. It would just get, you know, the gem squeeze would just happen harder. And then the market will finally recover because people are still going to be like liquidating and all that stuff. So, but yeah, I mean, that's a possibility. I think just the idea that Veve brought up MTL and they're giving specific numbers, people are already trying to cash out, it seems like. I mean, I could be wrong, but story of 5, my button went immediately to sold out after just one click. Yeah, same. That's typically how it works for single drop collectibles, I believe. So if it's a collectible and there's just one, like, it's not a blind box where there's like more than one drop, like Golden Moments or any of the other like stuff. If it's like collectibles, if it's a comic, which is still technically a blind box, that will change to sold out immediately. Mine typically changes to sold out unless it's a blind box, like 3D collectible or whatever. That's typically what happens to me. So I don't know. I've never gotten a rebound on the app. I've tried 400 different ways on trying to get rebounds. I've never gotten a rebound on the app in 4.5 months. So I've kind of given up on it, to be honest, at least when it comes to comics and stuff. If it's an important drop and I really want it, I'll keep going after it. But I just do not want to sit in front of my phone for the 25 minutes straight, clicking by and looking at a clock and doing some metronome technique. Like, I'd rather just do other stuff, to be honest. I changed it, bro. All good, no worries. The 7 was throwing everyone off. Okay, I appreciate that. Goat of goats, I'm in here for the long term, not worried about losing value. Yeah, if that's the case, if you guys are here long term, like, this should be no concern of you, right? There's gonna be some retracement here, and like, people are gonna look back 6 months from now and be like, oh my god, dude, remember February? Like, that was nuts. Remember how everything was dropping by like 40, 50, 60, 70%? Like, that was nuts. Like, people are gonna remember this time, and prices are gonna soar up again, right? And maybe we're still learning the NFT space, but maybe it's cyclical in the sense of things go up. Once they hit a certain point where people just can't justify buying an NFT anymore, people start selling off. It goes down and down and down, and people are just kind of waiting for like the next major NFT or like Veve catalyst, and then the market will recover. Who knows? Like, there's a lot of stuff going on, and I think it's going to be really hard to have consistency in the market when we do have a lot of catalysts that are kind of just up in the air right now, like Master Collector Program, MTL, Q System, Omi to NFT. Like, these are all things that like affect the market like directly, and they're all kind of just up in the air right now. We don't have any hard timelines. So I think as of right now, people are just like liquidating and just waiting for the most part. That's kind of what I'm figuring right now. Sorry, if I'm long term, do you think Valentine's Day Golden Moment or Mickey and Donald lenticular cards? Mickey. I mean, you can get like, at these prices, you can get like 3 Mickey cards, right? For one, what's it called? Golden Moment? Donald and Daisy Golden Moment? Yeah, because that's 1,300. Yeah, just about. Yeah, I mean, you can get, because if you times this by 3, that's 1,500, but it's $50 shy. So that's, yeah, it's like 1,350. That's crazy. So you can get, so the real question is, what's better, 3 Mickey cards or a Donald and Daisy Golden Moment? It's kind of tough, you know, or 2 Donalds plus a Golden Moment. That's tough. I don't think you can go wrong with either, to be honest. The cards are a bit more limited, other than I think Mickey. Yeah, I mean the Mickey card as well as the Golden Moment are almost the exact same edition size. They're off by 600. So yeah, that's interesting. I don't think you can go wrong with either. Both have a ton of potential to grow. Yeah, that's a tough one. I might have to return back to that story of 5. I think at that point we're kind of not necessarily like splitting hairs, but I will admit, I would probably say just the Golden Moment, just because there's a lot of hype around Golden Moments just in general. They're very coveted, and on top of that, let's say you did spend your 1,400 gems on a Golden Moment. Let's say a couple months from now, you want to then buy the other thing. I think it's going to be easier to buy the couple cards, or maybe even just one card, some time from now, rather than doing the opposite, right? So I'm kind of a firm believer in buying the more popular / more expensive thing first, just because it's so much easier for that to just kind of run away and just be out of touch. Not out of touch, but just harder to acquire than the other thing, right? So. And of course, you could always sell like one of your 2 Mickeys later to help acquire, you know, if you bought 2 Mickeys now, you could, or 3, I'd say, you could always sell off 1 or 2 of the Mickeys to help you acquire the Golden Moments later. But again, I think we're just splitting hairs at that point. I think they're both fantastic. So like you could go Donald Duck, Mickey, and shoot, you can almost go like Daisy or Minnie as well. That would put you slightly over budget. That would put you at like 1450-ish or like 1425. So that would put you like 75 gems over, but you get 3 cards of all different kinds. Azukaverse, sup, do you think so much for all the info you put out? I appreciate that, yeah. Some people, I'm trying to remember his name. He's been in my chat before, and he's been in other people's chats, but he's like, he says doom and gloom about how every YouTuber's like trying to pump their bags and all that stuff, and he's like, oh my god, look, like haha, like everything is dropping in price. See, YouTubers tricked you into pumping their bags. I'm like, I think you give way too much credit to YouTubers. Like, we have some sort of influence over the like 300,000 or 1 million plus people that are on the app actively trading stuff. Like, we do not have that kind of power. Yeah, I mean, if my videos or if any YouTuber's videos got more than 50,000 views consistently, sure, yeah, we can make some waves, but it's like most YouTube videos by any YouTuber on like the Veve space, they only get a few thousand views. Like, I don't think I've ever seen a video, except for if it's a bit older, it's a very like evergreen generic topic about Veve. I don't think I've ever seen a video get more than like 10,000 views. So it's not even like reaching enough people to even like make a heavy influence on the market. At least that's the way I see it. So market open, motorcycle going for 90. What? That's what I figured. I figured it was gonna go that low. Let's pull it up really quick. If my app is not lagging. All right, let's pull it up. It doesn't surprise me. 007 is one of the weakest franchises, or one of the weakest, you know, names on the app. It's in the middle of a gem squeeze right now. It does not surprise me at all if this goes around or below box price as well. Like, as big as it is, it's Triumph. It's a, you know, I know Triumph is a huge brand for motorcycle. I don't even know the term. I don't want to say connoisseurs, but, you know, motorcycle fanatics, people that are fans of motorcycles. Like, it's a big deal, and it should be a big deal in the app, but because I think it's tied to 007 and there's a massive gem squeeze, a lot of negativity in the community, it's probably not going to do that well, as much as I hate to say it. Though I do think this will probably be one of the best performing 007 NFTs for like that IP. That alongside the glider, but right now we're checking out the price. How many are for sale right now? 326. I meant to look at the schematics too. I also meant to look at the glider schematics as well and see how many total listings are there. Is this glider schematic still up? Yeah. How many were there totals of this? 6,000. Yeah, 6,007. And there's like, yeah, there's almost 1,200 on the market. So, I mean, Over a sixth of the market value. So what is that? What is that, a six? Is that like 12 point? No, that's not right. Give me a sec here. Yeah, that's 17% roughly. Like 17% of the glider blueprints are actually on the market and people are just trying to sell them, which is like really, really high. I think the highest I've ever seen is like 12%, but 17% does seem very high. So yeah, No Time to Die bike is sitting at 100. I said I would, you know, just depending on how the market reacts, I said I would probably buy one if it's below 100, but even then, I'm still waiting. As you can see here, as we're refreshing, all of a sudden 5-6 more listings just appeared that were below 100. I saw there's a sub 1000 listing, which is kind of cool. Not sure if it's even like remotely worthwhile to try and snipe like a sub 100 or anything like that. Look at that, there's a 205 at 110. I don't know, you guys can do that. I'm not gonna sit here all stream and like try to like snipe one of these bikes or whatever. Like even if it is like a low mint, it's just not worth it. Nogi All-Star, I really wish I would have sold my C3PO for 6K. Oh my god. Yeah, dude, we all did. I wish I sold my Steamboat Willie for 10K. I wish I didn't buy that Sorcerer's hat right when that article update was dropped. Like, it happens. A lot of if, ands, buts, you know, what ifs, you know, all that stuff, but that's just how it plays out. Hobby, comics are real investments in the app. Yeah, I would definitely, when it comes to secret rares and ultra rares, yeah, I think that's definitely the case. I was even looking into some potentially like ultra rare comics, because as of right now I can't afford any secret rares for the most part, unless it's apparently Spider-Man #1. That's really cheap. What is some of the Veve set list will tell us what's the cheapest secret rare on the market right now. I'm just gonna pull it up. So comic, this is how I typically look up the cheapest secret rare. Of course, this is still on box price, but the cheapest secret rare right now, it seems, is... That's a ways down here. Uncanny X-Men 170, really? Let's see. I'll just do 170. It should pull it up. At least I hope it does. Secret rare, wow, below 300 gems. Uncanny X-Men. Which one is this again? This isn't the Thanksgiving one, is it? Storm and Callisto. Okay, now that's like one of the newer ones. Witness the classic battle between Storm and Callisto. Okay. Yeah, this one I don't think has any like relevant FAs and stuff as far as I know. And of course, it doesn't show the artwork and stuff. But yeah, this one's going for below 300 gems. That's kind of crazy. But even then, you guys can see, right? It's still way down on the cost-effective list when it comes for MCP points. So ignoring these Lokis at the top, it seems like right now, you know, Fantastic Four Annual #3, Peter Parker, most of the Peter Parkers, Amazing Spider-Man, Uncanny X-Men 170, Daredevil 25. Like these are all the these are all some of the best like MCP per gem or whatever you want to call it. Or these are some of the best ones on the market right now. I'm still not too bullish on the whole MCP point idea yet. I think you guys know that. Just waiting for the final stuff because I'm not trying to throw a bunch of gems at stuff that isn't going to sell or whatever, to be honest. I mean, the MCP program's like kind of cool, but unless they really give some juicy incentives, I'm not even going to bother, because it just seems like it's a program for Veve to give value to like very low value stuff, which is actually really smart on their part. I think MTL and 10% fee news and Immutable X all shocks this new system. Fluctuations are necessary, but I do see on me hitting previous lows. Yeah, that too. Like it's all connected together, right? I really think it's like 10 or 15 different things that are all affecting the market at the same time. You know, people are saying that bots are just selling off their NFTs en masse. They're just heavily undercutting each other just because they're trying to get rid of it, liquidate before they get banned or locked out of their account. Like there could be a lot of different reasons. Veve showroom. What's up? Let's go V Vibes. Thanks for the hangout. Of course. Got a 285 bike on drop. Dude, that's awesome. You got a bike? Nice. Dude, everyone getting bikes. I didn't get any bike. I tried for the bike. I didn't even bother for the schematics on the glider. Okay, bike is still chilling at 100 right now. At least I'm checking on my phone. I think there's less editions of cards since lenticular. Hold on. I think there's less editions of cards, plus the lenticular will be the only lenticular FEs ever. Veve, current edition. Yeah, both are great. I do think you can't go wrong with either. Maybe I probably should lean more towards the lenticular cards, but then again, I mean, I do feel like golden moments in general do hold a lot of weight, just name-wise. So, got a bike, nice. AKA Bash, I got it on drop. I'm just gonna hodl because selling for like 3 gem profit is not worth it for me. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking too. I wouldn't even bother. My strat is sniping decent rare comics below 50, preferably around 35 to 40. That's cool. Luddy, yeah, that's a pretty cool idea. It's fantastic for a master collector program. But again, at least like me personally, I'm just waiting for more information on MCP before I start like making some actual moves, right? At least that's my plan. What are your thoughts on Lady the Tramp? I thought I bought one thinking that it was low because it started going up last night, and one was listed below floor for 100, so I grabbed one for oof. Yeah, dude, that's exactly what I did with the didn't know what I was thinking. Do you think it'll go up by this month? By this month, probably not. Mason Fuzzy, to be completely honest. Dude, that's exactly what happened to me with Donald Duck. Like, look. Let me see here. So I bought at 10 p.m. last night. Let's see what the... Was that 10:01 or something? Or no. 9:59. Okay, whatever. Mickey. Okay, it's because I'm in comics. It's going to my collectibles. So last night... Oh, come on. It's not what I wanted to click. I feel like I need to like type slower, because if I type too fast, it seems like just ecomi.wiki just doesn't pick up on it. Okay. Like, I bought a Donald for 15% below floor, and it's still dropping down. I know it's not going to show this very accurately. Okay, so this was roughly around this time last night. Yeah, so the listing was like it was right around this time ish last night. I don't remember exactly. Probably around here. But the floor was somewhere between like 670 and like 680. Someone listed one for 600 gems, and I bought it. And I'm like, wow, someone just listed their Donald Duck for basically 15% below floor. And maybe what I should have done is just immediately relisted it, because I mean the floor did go back up to 700, but now it's going all the way back down to 600. I'm just like, oh my gosh. So I thought that was going to be the absolute bottom. That would be a definite all-time low for Donald. But it does seem like a lot of people that did win the NFT on drop are just selling it. It's profit for them. It doesn't matter. So I'm right there with you, Mason Fuzzy. I did the exact same thing last night. Bought a Donald Duck at 600. It was just like 15% below floor. I wake up the next day and it's at like 630. I'm like, okay, that's cutting it close. And if I try to undercut, I would just lose money. And now it's already pushing to 602. So hey, why is Captain America super rare? I think you mean the ultra rare. Maybe the rare or ultra rare. So cheap, and how come it's not FA? A bit confused as there's no other appearance. The technical first appearance of Captain America is Steve Rogers, which is a Marvel Mighty. So this is technically the first appearance for Spider-Man. So like if there was a Spider-Man NFT that came out first that was called Peter Parker, and he was wearing a Spider-Man suit or whatever, let's say, that like let's say they did another Spider-Man, like the most recent, not most recent, but the classic ones that are all FA right now, those would all be technically untagged, technically, because Peter Parker was already a first appearance, but that's not the case. The reason it's so cheap is because no one really wants it. There's a massive gem squeeze right now. Everyone's just selling everything off. You sound new, Rami Cridley, Captain Roger, Captain America. Yeah, right now you're just catching the very tail end of just a massive sell-off. NFTs, the end of 2021, early 2022, just had a massive run. Like prices were literally doubling, tripling, quadrupling for certain NFTs. Once it gets high enough, people are like, cool, now's a good time to take profit. I bought Steve Rogers at 50. I'm happy to sell it at 210. And then it goes down here. I'm happy to sell it at 175. Then, I mean, it's still the profit for them, right? As long as it's still profit for them no matter what. So we have to get rid of all these people that are just willing to take profit, and then it'll go back up. But yeah, so Steve Rogers is technically the FA of the classic, or like the normal Captain America. Zombie Captain America is, I guess, technically a different character. I don't know how that works either. The ultra rare is so cheap because everyone's just selling everything off. Like, I don't know how else to explain it. Plus, like, Captain America's popular, like, don't get me wrong, but at the same time, I do think people put a slight edge towards like Spider-Man, maybe Deadpool, but even then, because right now this is starting to kind of get the price of like ultra rare Deadpool as well. Don't get me wrong, it's a super popular hero, but I think the main reason why a lot of people don't like it is because it doesn't have a tag. We the people are just going for drops, and no one is buying anything on market. No one wants to believe that the oversaturation has killed the market. Buying, yeah, I agree. We need more people. We just need more people on the app. I mean, we're still getting, I don't know, I haven't checked the most recent, I forgot what the article is called that tells you like how many gems get injected into the market, how many new people we get on the app every day. I forgot what that's called, but I forgot what that article is called, but they used to release that, Reese used to release that article every so often. That gives us kind of some more granular information about the app, for the most part, so. But yeah, right now, everything, just, if you look at literally anything on the app, it's all down right now, just because people are just selling things off. People want to liquidate, people are preparing for MTL, people are cashing out, people are, you know, flooding out of Veve. Who knows? There could be a million and one reasons. I don't know them all, but jeez. Yeah, this Supergirl is down quite a bit. She's hitting an all-time low. People are just going for drops. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. We the people are going for drops, but even then, like, people are just selling below box price too, right? Let's see where Bike is at. Bike is at 125. Nice. So there's actually some movement on the Bike. Nice to see that there's some activity going on the app. Got a rare Mr. and Mrs. Fantastic wedding comic for 40 just after drop. MCP or no? I think good value. I agree. Yeah. Given enough time, you know, I think a lot of people are just thinking way too short term. Like, if you're buying stuff and you're hoping to flip it within a month or two, that's going to be tough. Even if you are a flipper, you're going to have to turn into a, what do you call it? Because day trading is more like you're doing all the flips and stuff in the trade, but you have to do more like margin trading or whatever the hell you want to call it. Like, it's going to be a longer hold than what you're typically used to. The Blake completes its own set, must have. Don't you only get 1 point for like completing a single NFT set or whatever? Yeah, hold on, let me see. Swing trade, yeah, that's what it's called. Real ray. Swing trading. Basically, you're gonna have to do swing trading. Can't day trade anymore. We can just buy something and like flip it the same day. I mean, you might be able to with certain things, but you have to be like really quick on the trigger. Because how many points do you get? Like, let's say you got a bike. How many points do you get for a bike? Comments. Let's see. Collectible bonus points. Collectibles of specific rarities and or mints will receive bonus points. So you get a quarter of a point if it's a rare, half a point if it's ultra rare, and then 5 points extra if it's a secret rare. That's kind of crazy. I'm kind of reading through the Master Collector program thing. Because how many points do you get if you collect a bike, right? How many collectibles do you have? Not that many. I've honestly kind of consolidated a lot of like super cheap NFTs into like golden moments and or lenticular cards and stuff. I used to have way more collectibles. According to this, it says I only have 25, but I should have like more than that. So I think in total like 40. So yeah, like I don't have much in that sense, but like I have 3 different lenticular cards. I got a Goofy, got an ultra rare Steamboat Willie, got a Sorcerer's Hat. I got another golden moment, Donald and Daisy. So it's like, I don't know, like just between those, I don't even know how much that is. Green Goblin. I still have my ultra rare Throg. I think FA, both Jokers. And a bunch of other like smaller things too, but we have another 2 months of price decrease. No support has hit yet, so we may have no support has hit yet to say we have stopped falling. Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing too. Like this could keep going. Like this could it would not surprise me if this went through March. Until MTL comes out, people cash out. We get out all the people that are just looking for profit, not only on the app, but in real life that are just trying to cash out. Until we get rid of all those people, it's going to be hard, I do think, for these NFTs to find support and like really start going up, right? At least that's my thought too, Keith. So it would surprise me. We the People says up arrow. Let's go. Bike, 95 gems for my first bike. 124, kick it. Yeah, not bad. You guys can flip for profit. Captain America Ultra Rare is very cool. It's a shame it's not FA. I am new. I'm thinking to start with this at 2.5K. What are your thoughts? That's a fantastic amount to invest. As of right now, to be genuinely honest, I would just wait. Just like what Keith said, and I think what others have said, there doesn't seem to be any signs of like support or anything like that. So like these NFTs could keep dropping. So I'll tell you what, because like sometimes I felt like I kind of pulled the trigger too soon, but like for me, I pulled the trigger not even too soon, but it's like sometimes you just get blindsided, right? Like for me, it was the FAFE article that came out that blindsided me. Like they came out with the article, I reviewed it, I'm like, cool. I reviewed it 2 or 3 times. I saw that none of the golden moments were on the article, and I'm like, cool. Mickey hat's kind of low. I should buy that. It's at 4.3. The next one above that was like 4.6, and the next one above that was like 4.8. I'm like, cool, like, dude, like one more listing away from being like literally half a thousand away from the next highest or whatever. And then after I bought it, an hour later, the article just gets a ghost update, or like a, you know, what do you call it? Ghost patch or whatever. They just added it on there. I'm like, oh, I did not know that. That's why the Mickey hat's still crashing. So things happen. I already made a video talking about Veve and how they need to be more responsible with when they release article updates like that, and be like more on top of it. And plus, I don't think anyone foresaw this crash like lasting this long. I think everyone saw the pump. I think everyone, like, let's look here. What am I looking for? What's, I'm trying to find an NFT that's like, let me just look up just any of the Batmans. You know, that pump, it's like, it takes a while, right, to undo it. So Jason Fabuk, good God, 303. You have any FUD for Veve vibes? You have any FUD for Veve vibes? Meaning what? Like, do I have any reasons to be afraid that like Veve isn't going to deliver, or it's not going to be as good as people thought? I think it's still going to deliver. I think anything, just like in typical Veve fashion, it's just going to take a little bit longer than what people think. Yeah, Jason Fabuk Batman was at 171, peaked at 800. Holy moly. So this thing did like a 5x, and it's just getting sold off. So like, I think people are still forgetting that so many NFTs went from basically, so many NFTs did a 2, 3, 4, or even a 5x in the matter of like 2 weeks, 3 weeks in January. And now it's just taking a long time to consolidate and sell all that off. People were just kind of riding this wave, but then eventually got to the point where, yeah, people are selling off now. People are just fighting, and it's just taking longer and longer for people to sell out. Talk of MTL, talk of other NFT projects coming out, a lot of real world stuff happening. Like, there could be a million reasons why stuff is being sold off, and it could continue throughout the next, like throughout next month. Like, that could totally happen, to be honest. Let's see where Bike's at right now. Where is Bike? 140. Let's go. Let's go. Kind of wish I bought a bike, but again, I didn't want to just sit here and just be swiping and just looking at the bike the whole day, right? So, but just be prepared. You know, there could be a reversal. There's not much of a sell wall, but there's quite a few listings between 145 and 150. So just kind of be careful of that. Oh yeah, there's a huge sell wall at 150. Pretty big one at 150, so. Yeah, of course, not financial advice, but I think once the listings start hitting that like 140, 145 mark, people are gonna start just start undercutting like really hard at that point. That's just my take. Again, I could be wrong. Not financial advice, but anything could happen. But yeah, Rami, dude, that's actually a solid amount to invest into Veve. It's just, I would just hold off. I think you could maybe get an additional 15, 20, 30% discount on certain NFTs if you just wait like another couple weeks, possibly 3 weeks, 4 weeks. So a lot of stuff could happen. Off-time drive, crypto is taking a big hit across the board right now. Just shitty times, unfortunately. People are nervous. It will get better. Things happen. Rough time to be new. Yeah, exactly. Well, it's actually pretty great if you are new, because if you're up here and you're just like, dude, how the hell am I going to afford to pay 665 gems for a Jason Fabuk Batman? I feel bad for all the new people that showed up around this time. Things were like heavily pumping. They're buying it as they're going up and or like at the tippy top. You know, like anyone that joined during like January, I feel bad for, because they bought stuff either on the way up and they're like seeing it go back down now, or like they bought stuff on the way back down. Like, oh, well, Jason Fabuk was at 700 at one point. 500's great, and it's like going down and down and down and down. So yeah, I think you actually picked a decent time to come in. I would still just hold off. I would just wait. Just hold your gems. Just wait. Swing trading with these line charts, forget it. Yeah. Well, that was just a rough comparison I was doing. Like people that do like basically the equivalent of day trading, where they buy something like they literally buy something in the morning and they flip it like in the afternoon. But like that's the kind of stuff just won't fly in this kind of market. So essentially what you're going to be doing is like buying it at hopefully what you think is going to be the bottom, and you're going to have to possibly wait a couple weeks, 3 weeks, you know, middle of March, whatever it is, to be able to flip for a profit. Who knows? I think you get 100 points for the first unique set. Okay, cool. That's how it is. But I thought like the set bonus like isn't that impressive if it's just a single collectible. Yeah, you get 1 extra point if the collectible set is 1 collectible. So I guess it's worth it to like maybe complete the set and then like sell it off and just spend those gems on rare comics. I don't know. With the people are too high on this complete a set notion when no clear direction has been announced on how it will really affect anything. Speculative spending is not always a smart move. Sometimes the best move is no move. That is true. That's something I'm also kind of learning about the market too. Is just sometimes no move is the best move, right? So Stan Halland, the 007 motorcycle is pumping in price. It's gone from 90 to 140 in 20 minutes. Yeah, that's impressive. Yeah, that's really impressive. There's a pretty massive wall forming between 145 and 150. Like if you scroll down to 150, it's a pretty large wall. So just expect some people undercutting. You know, again, not financial advice, not trying to spread FUD or literally anything like that, but yeah, that's just how it is. Lakewood, hi vibes. As always, thanks for the great content. Do you think season 1 collectibles will get a boost as we go into season 4? Any guess when? I still have no idea how Veve even does their seasons, to be honest. Someone said every 6 months. Some people said it's like, you know, twice a year. Like it's the same thing technically, but I don't know how. I have no idea how seasons even revolve. I don't think if they even did start a new season, I don't think they would announce it, or if they did, they would just like quickly mention it in like some random article and like people just overlook it and like not care, right? I do think there's a lot of value for like the season 1 and like season 2 collectibles just in general, but like as we go more into the future, it could mean more. But right now, I don't think so. Like I don't think the announcement of like season 4 is gonna like salvage anything. Season 1 is always gonna be pretty coveted, just not right now because there's a gem squeeze, but I could see it be coveted and later the end of this year, next year, maybe when we're in season 5, 6, 7, who knows? Bike will come back down by tonight. It always goes up a bit, the drop, then takes a nosedive. Yeah, especially right now. People are just trying to find any angle they can to make some profit, because right now it's so hard to just find profit or find ways to flip, right? So, and it might happen quicker than you think or more aggressively because, again, there's hundreds of people just trying to find any angle they can to make some profit during this, you know, hard time on the market. Looks like most collectibles and comics are at least at their 0.618 fib retrace. We could see 80% retraces from lows, the all-time low. Okay, mouse, yeah. I don't really understand all those references. I kind of get what you're saying, because like these like Jason Fabric still has a ways to go technically to go all the way back down to like 180, right? He's at 303. If he really wanted to, he could go all the way back down here, because I think people are forgetting that like Jason Fabric Batman has been around since November 2020. So he's been around for over a year and a half at this point. And there's a lot of people that bought below 200 gems, or even, you know, 100 gems, whatever it is. So I do think a lot of people are hodling. Some people could FOMO out. Some people might just straight up just take losses. There could be people that bought it at 300, 400, you know, or even higher, that are just like, you know what, I'm just going to eat the loss and just sell it. I just need liquid. It doesn't even matter. People could do that. Yeah, because a lot of people that did get it on drop their patience and or their, let's say their conviction is really being tested on this downtrend, because anyone can hold during this, right, on the way up, but on the way down, people are like, gosh, should I just sell now and just take the profit? I mean, hell, like maybe I could just rebuy it again when it hits 200. Like that's a move, right? Some people are thinking these thoughts, because you know what, I would be too, and I have thought those thoughts before. It's like, I could just sell 300 and I could just rebuy it at 200, and then when you do that, it's still going down. Then you just entertain that thought again, and you're just like, yeah, it's a lot of different angles. We need the market pump ASAP. Any leaks on upcoming drops? Yesterday's AMA? No. Tim Horvat? No. Nothing really for future drops. All we heard was there's more drops coming. Some people were commenting on Twitter like, wow, like Veve really dropped the ball on like what's it called, Black History Month, and they responded like, well, there's still days left of February, and that's it. They didn't say that there would be more drops related to Black History Month, or that we're gonna have some more black characters or anything like that, or that we're gonna have 3D collectibles versus more comics versus, like, nothing was leaked really. So Nomad with NFTs, bike pumping. Yeah. I think I'm just behind on chat. So the bike for 145, taking any profit I can, ready for tomorrow's drop. Yeah, that's pretty much what everyone's doing. That's probably what I would have, or probably should have done. But again, I'm tending to chat right now. Yep, it's already going down. Like I said, right when it was gonna hit like 140, 145, which it did, people are immediately starting to just undercut. And right now, people that are trying to undercut right now are basically trying to just, you know, catch a falling knife, right? Like, it's already falling, and so at this point, like, in order for yours to instantly, oof, the one for you to be able to instantly sell, you're gonna have to undercut that floor like by a lot. So like right now the floor is like 135. You would have to undercut all the way down to like 119 to sell instantly. You would have to like basically drop your price by like that much in order for it to actually sell, instead of just like forming a new floor. Let's see. Target for bike? Nah, like I'm not buying the bike. I'm just not buying the bike. I mean, it might go back down to, it could go back down to like 110, 105, who knows, 100. I'm not trying to buy a bike. And newer NFTs don't have the price less time history to give them a technical low. Disney Lenticular's latest golden moments. Exactly, that's what I mean. There's still so many people that want it on drop. Like I said, like if people were really quote unquote paper handing the new Donald and Daisy golden moments, they could sell it for all the way down to 100 gems if they really wanted to. There could be people that are like, well, I bought this for 60, and if I sell it for 100, I'll make a 20 gem profit. I'm happy with that. Like there could be people like that are willing to just sell, but right now they're just slightly undercutting because people want to make the most they can out of it. But yeah, like technically, just because there's, like I said, there's 13,000 golden moment holders of Donald and Daisy, and like who knows, there could be a lot of the people that are trying to sell but that weren't able to because of undercutters, so like they're just exacerbating it. And we can see too that same thing is being said, right? And it's not even just like you have to win it on drop, right? Like it's just more recent because there's not enough history yet for the newer lenticular cards, right? So instead of like winning it on drop and being able to sell it for really low, if we look at Elsa, there's a lot of people that bought Elsa for, you know, a month and a half, almost 2 months, for under 1,200 gems. And so it's kind of the same thing here. So instead of, you know, and people also want it on drop too. You know, there's a lot of Elsa golden moments. So it goes all the way up here too. There's probably some people that are like, you know what, I bought Elsa for 1,100. Sure, I'll sell for 2,400. You know, I'll take my 1,400 gem profit and just accumulate that. I'm just gonna expand on my wallet or whatever. You know, of course they're regretting that they didn't sell it up here, but better now than never, right? At least that's what they're thinking. Maybe they have a feeling it could go down to 2K. They could rebuy it, make some profit. Like, Let's see. Would have been sick if they made your mint the license plate on the bike. That would be really cool. Sounds a bit much for Veve though. But that would be really cool. Any thoughts on that Cat Bronson? I haven't really looked at Cat Bronson at all, to be honest. Whoops. I didn't even know that was his name. It was that. Yeah, I mean, Cat Bronson's cool. I would still rather invest in a golden moment just for that consistency's sake, right? It could retrace more. I do think there is a benefit that there's only 888 of them, so that is kind of nice. You don't have to worry about thousands of other people paper handing and like kind of dragging down the price. So there is that as well. At the same time too, it does feel like it was a little bit artificially pumped in certain areas. A lot of like the decon stuff just does feel like it was a little artificially pumped by just influencers and stuff for the most part. Yeah, I mean, it's a cool little NFT. I mean, the chart looks pretty decent, but me personally, I still wouldn't invest in it. That's just me personally. Dumped bike, let's go down now. Yeah, exactly. I figured like it might just happen even faster with the bike, just because people are just starving for profit now, right? Trying to find any angle they can to make some gems. Yep, now it's back down to 120, so it could go down even further. Seeing Halland, the wall on the motorcycle is building like crazy. I bought at 99 and sold for 143. Dude, that's perfect. You can't ask for like a more picture perfect flip than that. That's how you take advantage of the market, right? I try my best never to waste a good market drop, right? Or even if it's like even though it has a tiny catalyst that it's, you know, it is a Triumph bike and it is one of the cooler ones, it is a vehicle, all that stuff. But I mean, that's how you accumulate gems, right? Just little amounts there. Now imagine if you were able to buy two and then, you know, you might not have gotten as much profit on the second one, but at least it's something. But then again, you might be holding the bag, right? So we the people, I like your unbiased views, possibly the only YouTuber that can see both sides of the coin. I respect that a ton. Yeah, I'm not sure what I was saying. Yeah, I mean, you just got to be realistic, right? And like, I'm still learning this just like you guys are. And I'm just, you know, I haven't been on the market forever. And like, I only have the history that I could see on ecomi wiki. And I haven't been on Veve since January 1st, right? Of last year. So, it's unfortunate. It doesn't sound like, I'm sure there were some people that like understood the market, but they probably just didn't publicly advertise on YouTube or whatever. But if like, this was my first like big gem squeeze that I actually experienced. So I mean, there was that small one. I mean, there's a slight gem squeeze during like the 12 days of Veve and stuff, but nothing like this. And if this wasn't my first like actual gem squeeze, like maybe I would have been able to react better. Maybe I could have given better advice and all that stuff. But again, back then, the drops were different. The community was smaller. People had different, the community just valued different things and had different kind of bias and all that stuff. So yeah, I like to think that, I'm unbiased as possible. I try to see both sides as pragmatically as possible. I had to look up that word. I've heard that word a million times, but I actually had to look up that word, like pragmatic. It's a good word. I like that word. Gino, new season starts every 6 months. Last time they had a whole announcement letting everyone know which drop was the last drop of season 2 and the first drop of season 3. Okay, cool. Miles who? Right. Profit margins are lower during downtrends. The Veve market still hasn't seen its capitulation lows. That is the buy time. Else's next support is 2. For Iron Man, it could be, in my mind, somewhere between 1,500 and like maybe like 1,200, something like that. That's where I see it for like Iron Man is probably like down here. Because if we start getting down to like 1,000 or like 1,100, like now it's not even profitable for some of these people back here. Or maybe that's not enough margin for them. Like, all right, I'm not going to sell Iron Man for 150 gem profit. Like, I'm not going to do that. So that's my thought. For Elsa, let's look her up. Yeah, there was someone in my comments in one of my videos said that he cashed out all of his NFTs at 3 weeks ago when things were super high, and he's like, in my mind, it just couldn't make sense. I'm like, dude, that's perfect. You picked legitimately the perfect time to kind of like cash out, or at the very least liquidate all of your NFTs, because right now everything is heavily discounted. Elsa, 2,000? Yeah, I could see 2,000. 2,000 to like 1,800, but probably closer to 2,000. Yeah, like those are levels of support. That's kind of like could be the absolute bottom. But then again, I mean, that's assuming people that actually have like market experience and like actually understand stuff. Like, why else would things like go up and like plateau, and like people chase, like FOMO is a very, very powerful factor on Veve, because there's not a lot of actual like experienced traders. People will sell off multiple NFTs, probably half of them for a loss, to chase a pump that has already been going on for over a day, and people will do that. And it's like, no one in my no one in their right mind should do that, but people do that, which causes like those ups and then plateaus, and then it pumps again, and then it plateaus and pumps again. It's like, what is going on here? Like, things should not be pumping 2 or 3 separate times within a week. Like, it should just kind of pump, go down, plateau, and then go down, right? But I mean, you also kind of have to plan too around just like inexperienced traders. Like, even though the support should be like 2,000, there could be people that there's a new hot drop, there's a new thing. People come in here all the time, like, you know, what was it? It was the Disney lenticular card, not lenticular cards. It was the Golden Moments, the Valentine's Day one. Tons of people came into my chat asking me like, hey, should I sell my Homer and Bart for this? Hey, should I sell 3 lenticular cards to have enough for Donald and Daisy? What do you think? I'm like, why are people just selling off a ton of stuff for just like a theoretical thing? So like, and some people might have been taking losses, right? So even though the support should be 2K, there could be people out there that are just like, well, what about this new drop? I know I'm gonna lose gems, but I just want that new drop. And like, there's some people that will do that. So a lot, like, you have to also plan for like the inexperienced traders too, which is, it seems like there's a lot of on Veve. I still have most of my collectibles from back in March. See them go up, see them go down. Never stuff I sell. But Todd, Nightwing, Joker, Harley, and I will go down with this sinking ship. That's kind of how I feel a little bit with like Steamboat Willie a bit. I'm sure, I'll be honest, a day probably will come where I'll sell him. If I can get what I feel like is a good exchange of a certain collection of like Golden Moments / lenticular cards / if like Wolverine comes out / like other stuff, like I might sell him, but for now, like, it's definitely the one NFT. Like, I'm gonna go down burning, like, with this NFT. Like, I don't care that it went up to 10K and now it's down to like 4.5. Like, I'm just gonna ride it all the way into the ground. Like, I don't care. But there's a good chance that like a day could come where I sell it if I feel like there's a better move to make, and I'll probably communicate that. Yeah, it's at 4,100. Like, I don't care. Even though there's let's see how many listings there are. Come on. It's funny. So all together now, Steamboat Willie, the ultra rare. So this front page is 10 listings. So it is 20 listings away from 6K. So already, God, dude, there's just something in stock. I think I should not have had that food before I started the stream. It's 20 listings away from basically its price going up 50%. So, and I'm not foolish to think that like, oh, it's 20 away. It's probably closer to like 32 away, because as it goes up, people are gonna list theirs and start undercutting, and like it's gonna have to work twice as hard to like go back up. But still, I'm staying convicted with Steamboat Willie for now. Elsa or Goofy right now? Let's look him up. Cat going to 2,000 to 1,800 short term. Yeah. Bike has FE tag now. Yeah, that's true. It's not an FA. It's an FE tag. Hamon, what's up, Vibes? What's up, dude? Goofy. Goofy or Elsa, huh? I think long term, I mean, they'll both do great. I do think Goofy does have a lot of people that still want it on drop and like are gonna always entertain the idea of selling it. I mean, shit, I bought mine at like 3.6K, so I'm gonna hold it for a long while. I kind of FOMO'd into the buy when it was like up here instead of because I think it was going up like this, and I FOMO'd into it. So yeah. But Elsa or Goofy, I don't think you can go wrong with either. Part of me wants to go with Goofy, but short term, like there's gonna be so many people like flipping out of it as well. Where's Elsa? Yeah, it's like a 300 gem difference. I think Goofy might have like a higher ceiling, but Elsa's gonna be able to like recover quicker just because I think once it shakes off all those like paper handers, I don't know, I hate using that term, but it's just people that just, you know, people that aren't willing to take a profit, let's say, whatever. I don't think you can go wrong with either, to be quite honest. And it's nice to see that Elsa has a history of like reaching up here, but yeah, Brayden, sorry if I didn't like answer your question. That's a tough question. I'll be honest. More often than not, you can't go wrong with the golden moment, but Goofy does have like very little mints. It is a gatekeeper for completing the set. It is FA Goofy on the blockchain, even though it's FE, so some people might be a big deal to some, so. Let's see here. Oh, let me close that. All right. Does MTL give blue chip black and white better value than Disney long term? Does MTL give blue chip black and white better value than Disney long term? I don't know how that would affect that. Yes and no. I mean, it depends. I mean, right now, I mean, if we look at the stuff right now, like the only thing that's like really retaining their value is like kind of Todd. I mean, Rizzo got sold off a ton. But as of right now, like even most of the mid-tier golden moments are more expensive than like the highest tier black and white series Batmans, right? At least the other FEs. So if we look at Todd's at 8.5, which is crazy. Rizzo's at 15. Come on. Yeah, Joe Mad's at 1K. So basically, Joe Mad's at the same price as the lowest tier golden moment. And right now, Becky Cloonan is like Iron Man price right now. You know, Edward Rizzo and, you know, Rizzo's beating out all the golden moments, but Walt, and then Todd is beating out all of them except for Walt again. You know, right now R2D2's I think at like 7K or something. So long term, not really. Like, I don't know, does MTL give blue chip black and white better value than Disney long term? I don't think so. It depends on which Disney you're talking about too, right? But as of right now, like I just think so many people have stacked Todd McFarlane, like it's just gonna take a while for him to liquidate. I do think like Todd McFarlane's gonna have a very unique pricing with him, but he's just gonna take so long to get into the hands of like long-term hodlers. Also people that are gonna value the fact that he's the one of the one, you know. I think they're all gonna be valuable, but I don't think like MTL is gonna help out black and white series more or less than anything else. Watch LA Originals, then you'll know what the potential of Bronson is. Okay, cool. Yeah, Crypto Superhero. I'll check that out. LA Originals. Okay. Andre Guzik? Yo, what's up, dude? I almost took an L trying to flip motorcycle. That 10% fee is horrible. Yeah, it's an 8.5% fee on on 007. So honestly, no hate to Veve, but they have the best NFT project, but one of the most unprofessional teams ever. Just my opinion. I agree to I agree to a certain degree. Like, dude, I just said it earlier. Like, they released an article talking about FAFE changes, basically screwing over thousands of holders, not running it by us at all, not giving us a heads up, not even asking for like a community vote, not even considering the idea like, hey, we should just leave these as is and just leave the DeLorean, all the cars, all the, you know, all the stuff as FA for now. Let those be kind of like a cool little I'm trying to remember, like a novelty thing that a lot of the early NFTs had, and then going forward we're going to make the FA change going forward. And even in that original article, they still had NFTs missing, mostly golden moments, but I think there might have been one or two other NFTs that they just forgot on the list. So if people went out and bought stuff during that 6 hours that it was not updated, they were kind of screwed over because then it got added later. That's what happened to me and the Mickey hat. So it's like, it just seems like a lot of the information just isn't like even like proofread or even like completely clear. And still a lot of just hashtag soon, hashtag soon, hashtag soon. So it's like, yeah, like I do think the overall gist of the community is, I'm still optimistic about it. I still love the Veve like project and all that stuff, but I just wish, especially in these AMAs, I think people need to ask them like hard-hitting questions, and we're just not getting them because obviously they're being screened by a lot of the moderators. They don't want any super hard-hitting questions during the AMAs. And they're kind of just bringing up like random people occasionally to ask questions that are typically already asking questions that have already been answered, or like, hey, can I read my comic in the vault, or just like random questions that were already answered in the AMA. Like, I love the community too, but so many of the questions like just aren't gonna help anyone. It's like people are talking about the Veve verse, and like we still can't even have comics in our vault, and people are still talking about the Veve verse. It's like, it's I'm trying to like come up with like an analogy, but I don't know. It's probably like a terrible analogy. I don't know. But yeah, I totally get where you're coming from. Like, I've seen both sides. Like, I love the team. Like, they have a great personality and all that stuff. But like, I just think that Veve might have blown up a little bit too fast for them. And right now they're just trying to play a lot of catch up. They just don't have enough manpower. They just are severely understaffed, behind on probably a ton of projects. You know, and when you're in a position like that as a company, like you can't admit fault. You can't admit that you're behind by too much. You can't admit anything, because any kind of FUD or any kind of bad news could cause people to flip out and cash out, or bring up a bunch of like false information or bad stuff. Like, I see it in the community all the time. Like, some people in my comments and some of my videos are just like, look, see, like YouTubers are trying to pump their bags and this and that, like just a bunch of like random information that's kind of more directed towards the YouTubers, right? So I think that person is just giving them way too much credit to YouTubers. Like, there's not even enough people that watch me to like affect the market in any way, shape, or form. So but yeah, I agree. They can be more professional, make sure all the information is correct, be a bit more transparent with like their information and like what's going on, as well as like, I would love to just ask some actual like hard-hitting questions about stuff. Like in my last video that I talked about it, do I still have it? This was just like 4 questions, like let's see here. And there's some other questions I could probably think of too off the top of my head, but again, not trying to spread FUD or anything like that, but I do think it's also healthy to like call out Veve or hold them accountable for certain things that they do, right? I think just being overly optimistic and just kind of drinking the Kool-Aid, because like, believe it or not, even though there's such like, even just the term echo chamber doesn't always mean a bad thing, right? Sometimes an echo chamber of just everyone saying nothing but nice things can also not be good too, right? Because then now there's no room for feedback or valid criticism, right? So I kind of got that feeling a little bit with Veve at certain points, especially when I first joined. It's like basically anyone that said anything bad about Veve or kind of anything constructive about the project was just like considered FUD, like immediately. I think people have gotten better about that, but I think because now the reasons have got a bit more legitimate. what were some of the questions I was going to ask during the AMA if they brought me up? I asked them, like, do they, because from what I've read is that they consider active users to be people that log in at least like once a week or something like that. But as long as there's a drop a week, there's going to be people logging in with multiple phones or accounts or whatever it is. So it's like, they say we have like 2 million active users, but it's like, I want to know how many active users actually log in during non-drop days. Like, how many does that mean? So like, excluding the days that there's a drop, how many active users do we actually have? Because that number could go all the way down to like 300,000 or even lower, like who knows? But I don't think they want to give us those numbers. Did the idea of leaving FA/FE tags to the did you guys ever have the idea of leaving it up to a community vote for the FA or FE tag, or at least like leaving the tags as they were and making the change in the future? I'm kind of curious to just see like what was going on behind the scenes, like what made you guys came up with this idea, you know, and also leaving the black and white series stuff untouched but changing everything else. Another one that's kind of like an easy question, like Donald Duck FEFA, are the tags done? So it's like, all right, if we came up with a Donald Duck poster or a Donald Duck themed car, are we done with the FE tags, or is that still another FE because it's a different art medium or whatever it is? I would, in my mind, I think they're done, but not necessarily. And then the ability to put up buy orders. I do think like a lot of these orders just get completely, NFT prices just get completely bottomed out because there's no buy orders, right? Like, let's say Batman, like we don't know the theoretical low. I mean, we can kind of map it out a bit, right? Kind of like how Miles Who was saying earlier, like we can kind of map it out like, okay, like Batman low was back around here around like 130, 140. So like, okay, so this Batman could go down a bit lower. Maybe it's hit its absolute bottom at 200. It could be getting to that point, but it would be nice if I could just put up a buy order for 175, because I bet you there will be people that will buy for that much. So now there's actually a margin, so people actually have an idea of what like the actual bottom is, instead of just undercutting, and like, you know, NFTs are just really bottoming out much faster than they probably should. So plus now we're actually giving a room for margin for people to like buy low, sell high, right? And so that way you can actually buy low and then sell high, instead of having to like buy low, wait for 10 or 15 other people to buy the floor, and then you can sell it, right? So I don't know, I'm just kind of more friendly to helping people find ways to either offload gems quicker without completely just butchering the floor, to offload gems quicker so they can have gems for drops, as well as just allow people to actually do some margin trading or some flipping, right? If we just had buy orders. But I think that's just a software issue. Like, I don't think they actually have a way for you to like put in gems and then it's just kind of like left up in like the ether, right? Because if they did have that kind of technology, auctions would not work the same way that they do now. Auctions would work like, hey, if you're going to bid 150 gems on an auction, we're going to extract the 150 gems. Make sure you have those gems first before you can even place a bid. But because that technology or that software doesn't exist, it's not going to happen. Because I think right now they're probably having an issue with like putting gems up in the cloud, or just like if it's not in a wallet, they just don't know what to do with it. It has to go from one wallet to another immediately. Sorry, that was just like a really long tangent, but that amongst some other questions I have too. But Andre, yeah, thanks for the tangent. I appreciate that. Fun of the Sun. Hey, Veve, where do you see Donald going moment in a month with no Pokemon or Star Wars drop? It entirely depends on MTL, Q system drop, master collector program. There's a lot of other factors I think that could affect the price. Golden moment drop in a month, I have no idea. I have no idea where. I think it'll go up eventually. If you ask me 6 months from now, I'm just gonna say up from where it's at now, but a month from now it could be down or plateaued, who knows? So there's so many other things that could happen in between now and then. If Veve announces next week, hey, we're going through the second wave of beta testing, if this goes well, we're going to start releasing it to the public the week after, and then at that point maybe that whole month is just a third basically wave of gem squeeze, and that whole month is just going to be butchered. So who knows? Torian Brown, the Veve community is full of broke, paper-handed bums, and now that will sell a 87 NFT they just purchased for 89. What type of sense does that make? Wow, you made $1. They don't even make $1. they're losing money when they do that. I think people just don't understand that. Like, I didn't even go for that first drop because I knew I was just gonna lose money. But if you're thinking about the project long term, it doesn't matter. You know, all the quote unquote paper hand people, they're going to shake themselves out. Eventually, they're going to cash out off the app. Or if we do get more people that are coming on the app for flipping, and you need people that do flipping, right? And you like the collectors need flippers just as much as flippers need collectors. Because if literally everyone was a collector on the app, every NFT, once they go to the secondary market, would get bought up and go sky high and like never lower in price. Like imagine if 90% of the people on Veve were all collectors and we're all holding long term, then like prices would never fluctuate or hardly at all. They would all fly up and stay up, and like people are just like, I'm just gonna hold this forever. And like, you know, good luck for basically anyone new joining to the app will be able to afford anything, right? But I'm saying flippers because people that are actually flippers are going to flip when they're in the profit, right? So if you buy at one point and you flip it higher, that's going to, you know, you want to do it for profit. But what the issue is right now is like, there's so many people that that want it on drop that are just selling low. And I don't blame people for doing that. Like if you're going to sell for a profit, like I don't blame you, whether it's, you know, if you won Batman 71 on drop, whether you waited now or you sold it back here or up here, like it doesn't matter. Like I don't blame you. But eventually we just need all those people to kind of just shake out and eventually get into more collectors' hands. And you do need people like flippers to kind of help the price fluctuate to allow entry points for collectors as well as other flippers. You know, it's a symbiotic relationship. You need both sides of it. And actual flippers flip when there's actually profit. So it's still steadily going up, but there's just waves and stuff, right? That go up and down. That was me, VV Vibes. Cashed out at the pump because it felt unrealistic at the time. I just got lucky. No, I mean, you saw like lucky is like, I don't even know how you would explain lucky, but you said you noticed a trend where like the prices of certain NFTs were just getting absurd, and you're right, like they were absurd. Like the price of the NFTs were just getting crazy, and so that was the perfect time to cash out. And again, this was my first gem squeeze in like in this scenario, and so it's like the first time I've experienced it. Like in hindsight, like yeah, I would have sold all of my shit in the second or third week of January and just been done with it and just been like, yep, cool. Now I'm sitting on way more money than I am now. I'm just gonna wait a month, 2 months where everything's low, and then I'm gonna sell it, like, you know. But just because the, you know, we're still dealing with bots, and same thing we are dealing with we're not here with Q system yet, so there's not as much activity in the secondary market. Yeah, I mean there's some people that have perfected the drop system so well, you know, and or bots so well that like that a lot of those people that win, I don't even know where I was going with that tangent, so let me just catch up with chat. Alex, it doesn't make sense people selling and building gems for a new drop when there are 2.1 million active users and the drop amounts of 10,300. Well, so the active users, so there are a lot of people with multiple accounts. There are people that do bot, probably have anywhere between 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 phones. So, and that's why I wanted to ask, like, how many active users do we actually have on non-drop days? Like, if we just remove drop days, how many people are actually logging into the app and looking at the market or trying to sell stuff or whatever it is? Like, that's what I actually want to know. Like, what's the average of that? Because of course on drop day, that's just gonna hyperinflate the actual number, right? Why do you think they're not doing well? Life on the blockchain? I don't know. Sorry about that. I don't know what you mean. Like in comparison to what? Just the market? I think you kind of get the gist of it. I've been talking about it a lot recently. Joseph Laney, true. Brandon, but FA Goofy won't be secret rare. True. FA Goofy won't be secret rare, but yeah. Turd Ferguson, I got the first drop today. But what is odd is the marketplace opened right after, and I got another one for 80. Still trying to learn, collect, study marketplace. What do you think? Turd Ferguson, you're in a very awkward stage on the market right now. Just right now, everyone's selling everything off. People are preparing for MTL, which means the money transmitter license or money transfer license. So within the next few months, it sounds like people are going to have the ability to cash out with money. People have been on the app for over a year, 6 months, whatever it is. They've accumulated a lot of gems or NFTs. They're selling them off while they can to get money. Yeah, I mean, if you're able to snipe what's it called? An 80 gem bike, even on this market, it's kind of impressive. So I'm not sure what you're asking. Like, are you saying it's like too easy, or collect and study the marketplace? What do you think? Yeah, I would try to avoid like the 007 stuff, to be honest, in general, except for the bike. The bike is pretty cool. Like, I even entertained the idea of buying a bike, but I just don't care right now. Speaking of, let's see where bike's at. Where is bike? Bike is at 150. Let's go. It's actually pumping right now. Let's go. It's not making much sense, but I'm just riding with it. Yeah, I would just ask questions, man. And like, before you start spending some like heavy money right now, like talking hundreds, if not low thousands of gems and stuff, like I would ask other content creators, talk to people in market chat and stuff right now, because I do see this market dip continuing potentially throughout the end of the month, if not into like middle of March, maybe longer than that. Who knows? I'm kind of playing it day by day, but we'll see. Life on the blockchain. Yeah, I was blocked on Discord for asking about MTL and accounts that were getting taken away. Yeah, that's weird. Don't know what to tell you. You must have been asking some weird questions then. I don't know anyone that's gotten blocked because of asking those kind of questions, but I'm not sure like how you phrased it. So Sonny Hansen, yo bro, Invisible Woman, Fantastic Four, common or uncommon for investment? I would not invest in either. I would go with Ghost Spider or Storm or literally anything else. That's, as much as I hate to say it, she's probably the most unpopular Marvel superhero on the app right now. Yeah, I would say so. So, what's her name? Not Sue Storm. Invisible Woman. Yeah, I wouldn't go with her. So even though they are cheap, like I'd rather get a Groot than Invisible Woman, to be honest. Yeah, they're below box price right now for a reason, right? People just don't want her. And she hasn't had the greatest history of since she started, right? It's her entire graph has done nothing but trend down and to the right. Doesn't mean it won't ever go up. Like, she will definitely go up, but I think there's just other NFTs you can invest in that will actually go up and to the right sooner and quicker than she will. So I would say Groot or Storm or Ghost Spider, even though those are a bit more. I do think they could perform better, gem for gem. I feel like a lot of people are waiting for it to bottom out, waiting for it to bottom to buy, but that's smart. Buy orders will be awesome. I think that's the future for this market. I think so too. Instead of just coming up with like a theoretical bottom, like people are just destroying the floors by like undercutting, and then before you know it, like instead of just undercutting by like a gem or two, people are undercutting by like 10 or 15 gems, and then like once that 10 or 15 gem like undercut goes off screen, like off that initial page, because that's all people do, right? Look at the first 9 to 11 listings on the first page, right? That's it. And people just assume that's like that's the floor, right? So if that deep undercut goes off screen, all of a sudden that becomes the new floor. And so instead of just assuming whatever a theoretical floor is, imagine if now we have dozens of orders that are people are willing to buy at a 12%, 20% discount. And of course there's going to be people that are be like, herder, well, what if people just put up a 1 gem buy order? Then sure, if you want to sell your thing for 1 gem, you can. But if you put it for 1 gem, that means someone else is going to put it for 2, and then you're going to have to put it for 3, then he's going to put it for 4. And like the same way people undercut is the same way people are going to overcut each other to get the NFT at a discount, right? So why is market down? It's not down for me, Rigsta. So I don't know what to tell you. It's not down for me. Andre, I'll never understand someone buying an NFT and selling under retail, especially if that NFT was around $80. Like, are you really that scared of missing $80, bro? Maybe. I mean, 80 gems right now means a lot more than it did a month ago, right? It's kind of just like inflation for the most part. So maybe people thought they could get it, have it delivered soon enough to where they can just sell it. Plus, people are just like super impatient. who knows? A lot of FOMO. Like I said, FOMO drives this app really, really hard. So there is what it is. Veve Fiends. I suggest every investor on Veve gets ecomi wiki. I agree. That or cherry charts. They have different features. Cherry charts isn't updated every hour on the hour, much like ecomi wiki. But cherry charts does have some like cool customization features that you can do with the charts and like overlap 2 different NFTs with the charts and stuff, which is kind of cool. So, but yeah, I would say there's different strengths and not even weaknesses, but there's different strengths to different charts or like what you use. But ecomi wiki is very solid. I mean, there are free features on here. You don't have to use like this chart. Using the free interactive data driven table, it's better than nothing. But I do think the market using the actual like graph gives you a better snapshot of like the actual history, because the chart can give you like a snapshot of what happened with every NFT like hour by hour for 3 months. But on here it only shows you just a very quick screenshot of the price, 3 months, 1 month, 1 week, 24-hour change. Like I don't remember him adding all this stuff here. Like before it was just a 24-hour change. So I mean, it was kind of nice of Omi the Clown to add a 3 month, 1 month, 1 week change, which is kind of nice. MD, do you know what the problem is with simply hiring way more people? Like maybe a firm that could support them with like 300 employers. Also more engineers would probably be helpful. I know it takes a lot of time to onboard people, and I know they're hiring some people, but not all that sufficient for the project needs. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's a money issue. Maybe it's an issue of making sure, background checks and stuff. Because like the people they do hire to do these 3D renderings, or if they are like artists, software engineers, like I don't even know all the different positions they're hiring for. But they probably all have to sign NDAs, make sure they don't leak information, make sure they don't leverage information they get on the back end to take advantage of it, which could be, could or couldn't be criminal activity. Like I don't know what even the repercussions are for doing such things. But yeah, like there's a lot of information like that they might have to deal with, or like maybe they wanted to keep the group relatively small and tight knit, but now it's kind of grown so fast that they're just like, oh God, what do we do now? Who knows? But yeah, this month has been pretty slow when it comes to drops just in general. And I know a lot of people aren't very happy with just the way Veve, the drops and everything like that have really kind of conducted themselves, and how Veve has been talking about MTL for almost a year at this point. I think next month will be a year, because someone actually put up a Discord like picture or something like that, like a snapshot of Veve talking about MTL March of last year, saying like, oh, we're working on MTL right now, it'll be out in a few months, like last year. So and again, I don't mean to be like super negative. Like I know this stream I'm kind of bashing Veve a little bit more than usual, let's say, but I'm just kind of saying what I'm feeling and thinking, and I have a feeling that other people are kind of feeling and thinking the same thing, right? So but if I'm completely off base, or if you guys do have a counterpoint, or if you feel like I'm completely wrong, like please let me know. They make every day. Maybe I'm missing something. Probably. Again, we don't know the nuances of like running an NFT business and all that. So like I have no idea. Let's see. Give me a sec here, guys. Sorry. Now, I'm not trying to put them on blast, but it's just kind of funny to see this, because this is a bit of history of Veve, right? If we look right here, it's kind of hard to read, but Puddin Cheeks, March 21st of last year, I know the MTL is supposed to be in place sometime in Q2, according to one of Dan's recent interviews, so that we will allow gem to Omi or cash conversions. I'm still unsure of the details though, so I think it's just funny seeing that. Like, it's, you know, they've been talking about it for a while, and I think I haven't been around on Veve like that long, but I can totally understand the frustration that people might have with Veve, that they're kind of just classically behind on projects and updates. Selling at a loss because they underestimate the potential value. When they see the floor, they panic and sell. It's mostly impatient flippers that do it, pretty much. JP every season has a huge pump. Been here for over a year. Okay, that's good to hear. Hopefully they have a season pretty damn soon to kind of change things up. Pixel Trader, yo, live stream down to help middleman if I find buyers that are selling for cash or Omi. I'll tip, of course. Yeah, I've been meaning to do that at some point. And if you guys do need like a middleman or anything like that to kind of hold stuff, I do want to contact Randy and a few other people just to kind of get the proper like etiquette and how to do everything like that. But if you guys do need me to middleman and stuff, like, I'm more than happy to help you out with all that. But again, I do think I need to kind of see it be done like a few times first, or at least like ask a few people like how it's actually done in order to do that. But yeah, I'm more than happy to middleman for people. MD, by the way, would it be possible for you to hire the character count on chat messages? Hire the character count. Hire the character count. I'm not sure how that works. I don't think I'm able to do that. At least, like, I remember, like, most of the time when I do chat, it won't let me do more than like 150 characters on YouTube. So Sun Eater, the drops in price on the graph haven't been so crazy really recently. Hopefully they're about to bottom out. No gold moment should be under 1K until they flood with too many too fast. Possibly. Well, me and Miles too were talking about it, because let me see here. We might have to do a quick refresh because it is getting quite laggy. Come on. Todd Ferguson, got you. So when this MTL, it will go down overall value. Sorry for the confusion. Yeah, I was confused how some days I can't get in secondary market after drop, but today I did. And for the 80 gem. Yeah, well, okay, so how it works is like 30 minutes before the drop, Turd Ferguson, and 30 minutes after the drop, typically, the market is closed. So for an hour out of the day, people can't do stuff on the market while there's a drop in progress. So that's why this morning it was closed from 8:30 a.m. Pacific to 9:30 a.m. Pacific, because there was a drop at 9. Sometimes it can go longer on the tail end, but it always closed. The market always closes 30 minutes prior to a drop. After a drop, it's supposed to be 30 minutes. Sometimes it can go to 45, an hour. Sometimes it's even gone out to like an hour and a half. So JP, if conflict happens and sanctions get thrown at our gas prices will soar to all-time highs. Plus, with that trucker rally, hyperinflation will continue. These valuations will plummet when MTL takes place. Yeah, I don't know. Like, that's some of that stuff is like a little bit over my head, but I can kind of see where you're going at with that. Monica, hi, VV Vibes. Just came by to say hi. How's your day been? I only went for a motorcycle drop and took an L. So did I. I didn't even bother with the schematics drop. I went with the motorcycle drop and lost, of course. So, but it seems like the bike is doing all right. At least like last I checked. Where's bike at? It's at 160. Good for the bike, dude. I like seeing that. At least there's some action going on in the market. Just having everything just do nothing but go down is kind of depressing. So I'm glad people are actually like making moves and there's some action happening on the market. Mr. Planet Profit, hey Vibes, what's up, dude? I think a smart strategy is to increase your collectible by 5 gems each day. Your collectible doesn't sell. If everyone did that, then FOMO will really take off. Yeah, you just got to convince tens of thousands of people to do that, I guess, JP. But yeah, I get what you mean. But you have to have, you know, the people, you have to have conviction, right? That like after a week of it going up 5 gems, now all of a sudden you're 35 gems higher than where it was before. People will be like, well, what if I just like slightly undercut this guy by 30 gems? I mean, 30 gems versus 35 isn't that big of a deal. Then the next guy will do it. Then the next guy will do it. So then we're just back to where we started. But I get what you mean, though. Joseph Laney, I think Goofy is overrated. Why? Because it's secret rare of an FE. Can you see FA Goofy at 2.5K? If you can't, it's overvalued. What's your opinion? Well, we have like... We have no frame of reference for an FA Goofy, right? It could be a golden moment. It could be a single drop where it only has 1,500 mints. It could be some sort of blind box collectible where the secret rare and the ultra rare both have like super cool animations. Like it's hard, like you can't, it's hard to compare a theoretical FA of a Goofy that we have no frame of reference of what it's going to look like, do, how many mints, blind box, you know, are there going to be 1,000 or are there going to be 50,000? Like there's no way to tell. So the only Goofy that we have right now is the lenticular card, and right now the lenticular cards are they're doing well enough, but I do think they're going to do very well in the future. It is going to be the secret rare of the set. Do I think it's the best lenticular card gem for gem? No, I still think that still goes to Donald, maybe even Mickey right now, because Mickey's gone down so much. But I mean, if we look at Goofy right now, and this is kind of what we were talking about before. So actually this is let me actually show Elsa right now. Moment. And this is kind of what me and who was it earlier? Miles who we're talking about earlier. So he was talking earlier about how he thinks the theoretical floor, but he thinks that the next floor for Elsa will be around 2K, and I kind of agree, because if Elsa goes down to 2K after this opens, I think I might need to like... Someone sent me a message. Heck. Oh, this was a while ago. Whoops. Okay. Sorry about all this, guys. Close that. All right. So if we look at Elsa, so she dropped, you know, mid-November, whatever. A lot of people probably got her on the dropper or whatever, but a lot of people bought her at around 1,100 to like 1,200 gems, right? You guys can see that. So from November 19th all the way till January 8th, January 10th, people were buying her for roughly anywhere between 900 to 1,200 gems, whatever. The floor for Elsa should probably be around like 2,000, maybe 1,800, because if it starts pushing down to 1,500 and you sold her, you're not getting that much profit. Even if you bought back here, there's probably some people that are like, all right, I could sell Elsa, but like I'm only getting a 200 gem profit. Like, what's the point? Like, I'd rather just hold on to where she's gonna go back up. So there's just a lot more room to go, because remember, there's 12,000 Elsas, and yeah, there's probably some that were bought up here. Hopefully the people up here are just hodling and just waiting for her to go back up, but there could be some people that just sell that are just like, whatever, I'm gonna take the loss. I'm just gonna accept the Elsa purchase as a mistake. I can't wait a month and a half, 2 months for her to go back up. Who knows? So I mean, this could keep declining all the way down to 2K, maybe even like 1,800. But again, like I said, there are a lot of people on the app that are just like not familiar with the market, not experienced traders, and it could go all the way down to like 1,800, maybe like 1,600. That's an extreme scenario, but that's assuming that if this gem squeeze goes out and like through to March, I don't know what kind of information we would need on Veve's end to like help stop the market, but I think we need MTL like much sooner rather than later if we want this market to stop. Like, basically, what is it? It's like we basically need MTL sooner rather than later, because when MTL gets announced and starts going out to people, the market's going to dip even more, but then finally it's going to hit a point to where it's just going to plateau and then start finally going back up, and all the people that are done cashing out are gone, and then now it's just going to be into collectors and hodlers' hands for the most part. But until then, like, I'm just not sure what kind of information Veve needs to release to basically like halt the market from crashing and have it like eventually go back up for the most part. So like there's probably still quite a few people that want it on drop that are still holding it, but I do think a lot of people have sold it since then. And there's quite a few people up here that are going to hodl, and there's a lot of people here that are still on the fence of whether they should sell it. You know, and like I don't blame people. Like, let's say you bought it at 900 and you sell it at 2K, that's still solid profit. Like, I don't blame people for doing that. I mean, they're just causing the price to just dip more, but it is what it is. So yeah, I mean, so there is a point where Elsa could get down to like 2K for the most part, which is why I think right now when people are asking me like, what should I buy? You know, ever since the last, I've been telling people that like the last 3 days, I'm like, just wait. I think the crash could just keep happening. It could just go all the way through to February, maybe even mid-March, or, you know, I'm not trying to flood here, but it could happen. There's just no signs of just support here. And like, yeah, the listings are going lower, but there's always more people there to replace those people, right? Like, yeah, we're seeing 258 listings right now, but if it goes down to 240 or 230 and the price is starting to like plateau or starts going up again, more people could always just pile on because there's 12,000 other people, right? So it's someone said the Triumph bike is pumping hard. Dude, that's great. That's awesome to see. I didn't buy any of the Triumph bikes like initially. Again, I was just kind of busy with the stream, but that's awesome. I'm just glad that there's some movement happening in the market. And I think people are just starved. It's cheap enough to like people can buy into it and not like break their bank. Yeah, I'm just glad there's some market movement happening for the most part. But we were talking about Goofy earlier. Goofy's just like too new. There's still a lot of people that won Goofy recently. It's not like, you know, it's not the Goofy card is like what, 3 weeks old. It's not over 3 months, possibly 4 months old like Elsa, where it's been on the market for a while. It's been consolidating. A lot of people that wanted to sell and just take profit, most of them have hopefully gone. But with Goofy, that's just not the case. It's just still too new, and there's still so many people that want it on drop that like it could take another 3 to 4 months for it to like really see new levels of like high support and just stays there for a while, right? Like, I mean, Goofy is 3 weeks old at this point, and so even though for a while like no one was able to buy it for below 3K, once it started doing this, once it started going below 3K, either people were willingly taking a loss, or there's still just 4,000 people that want it on drop and are more than happy just to sell it for a small profit, right? Like I said, I don't blame them. If you got a card for $40 or 40 gems and then you sold it for 2,300 or 2,200, like I don't blame you. Like I would just see more value in it, and I could see it going higher over time, which is why like the all-time high for listings, it's getting up there for Goofy. But it can do a reversal and go back up. The fact that we do have people that were willing to pay 4K for it at one point, or like 4.2K, I do think it could reach back up there. Could take a while. Should I buy Little Friends Gold? Probably not, Ben. Rasho? I might have to just do like one of these things. Let's see, settings. Yeah, I figured it was just getting slow because we got so many of this going on. At least I was told that would help this app run a little bit faster if I cleared out my cache and then like refresh the page and stuff. So it does seem like that's helping. You said Little Friends Gold. I still think there's better investments. I'll show you in a sec, but FE tag on motorcycle has been corrected. Oh, was it FA tag for a while? Did it have the FA tag on it at one point? That is so weird. Mr. Planet Profit, no, that's perfect. Being genuine is better. I agree. AKA Batch Dude, I swear bots are holding a sale wall at 150. Then when it reaches 150, they'll delist it and list it at 160 on bike. Maybe, yeah. Target for bike, I have no idea, dude. Right now it's doing stuff that's not expected. If anyone said that they thought bike would be pushing 200 gems, I would love to hear someone put up a YouTube video or a comment that is backdated before this drop, because I have no idea what the target is for bike. I don't even know what you mean by target for bike. Like, where's it going to peak at? Where's it going to start dropping? Where am I going to buy it? I don't know what you mean. Fraser Crane, would you sell a sub 300 rare Spider-Man, or no, sub 400, I guess technically, rare Spider-Man to help fund a secret rare 2099 Spidey? Feel like the rare will always be overlooked because of the FA SR and the Mighty, maybe more. Let me look those up. But yeah, let me look up Little Friends Gold. Sorry, someone brought that up earlier. Oof, yeah, these graphs don't look great. It still hasn't even hit its all-time low, which kind of scares me, which means I could definitely see it going lower. I mean, there's plenty of points where people could have bought this for below 3,500 right now. Back here, listings seem to be plateauing. I don't know, like if I had $4,000, like I'd rather buy 2 Ironmans for $4,000 and still have gems left over for other things than buy a Little Friends Gold. That's just my take on it. I know everyone's different. I know the potential on it is super high, but I mean, it's down almost 1/3 of its price, or like 2/3 of its price. So yeah, I would hold off on the Little Friends Gold and Silver stuff, but again, who knows? Those could do extremely well off platform on like Immutable X and stuff. Spider-Man, where is the rare? So it's still chilling out at that. I'm actually surprised, like Spider-Man jumping into action still holding its value around 1,000. I'm actually kind of surprised by that. I thought by now it would be at like 850 or something. Let's see. Thanks for the VVTA, of course. Thoughts on Wonder Woman? I'll get to that in a second. Okay, so it's still dipping, but it's not terrible right now. Listings are pretty low. To fund for a Spider-Man 2099. I mean, it's not a bad idea. I don't think it's a terrible idea. You would have to have, what, 700 gems left over, at least? Assuming someone buys yours at floor. I don't think it's a terrible idea, but I think the logic that it's just going to get overlooked because it's not as good as the secret rare, I don't think that's necessarily the case. That's like saying no one's going to buy any of the golden moments because they're not as good as Walt. Like, well, not everyone can afford Walt, and not everyone can afford the secret rare Spider-Man. I think some people actually like the rare Spider-Man because it's the same stance of the jumping animation. He's doing his classic little like web shooty hand thing. That he's doing that same jump, but it's just not animated, right? So I don't think you should overlook it because again, it looks the exact same as the secret rare. I mean, that thing had an all-time high of 2,400. It's probably a little bit closer to 21 if we're looking at these candles around it. So, but yeah, I think the logic of like it's gonna get overlooked because it's not the secret rare. Like 0.0001% of the people on the app can afford a secret rare Spider-Man. So yeah, I think any of the Spider-Mans are great right now. I wouldn't blame you if you flipped it into the Spider-Man 2099, but at the same time, if you held it, I don't think you can go wrong with just holding it either. You know, it's just hard because like right now gems are pretty tight, and if you did liquidate to like 1,700 gems at that point, it's like, all right, do I want a Spider-Man 2099 or should I instead invest in like an Iron Man? Because Iron Man's almost pushing like 1,800 gems right now, or like 1,700. I think it's at 1,700 right now. Instead of this, so it's up to you. Triumph is pumping hard. Yeah, I saw that. Do you think the issue is no new money? Yeah, I'm kind of curious what that new article is going to say, because apparently for a while we were having like millions of gems pump into the app every day, but like we've yet to see any of those gems actually move anywhere, it seems. So Wonder Woman, let's check her out really quick. I'm sure she's just getting hammered just like every other NFT on the platform. I'm assuming the FA version, Alex Sherman. I think there is still new money coming in. Maybe it's just not as much as there was before. Not entirely certain. Maybe the whole crypto thing is kind of freaking people out as well, right? So Let's see, 630. Yeah, listings are still going down, which is nice, but again, there could always be new people to replace it for the most part. I think her low is, where's it at right now? 3 something. I don't know why it's like showing this. I think her like actual bottom is probably going to be closer to like 500. I think she could go down a little bit more. I've noticed too that sometimes there's a bit of resistance on this like second level right here. A lot of NFTs kind of have this like little like second bump right there. I'm sure there's some sort of market term for it, but I don't know what it is. But I do see a lot of NFTs right now are kind of getting stuck on whatever this is back here. Those people asking to ban the bots, that's why the floors are sitting. Bots used to buy all the floors and kept the prices up. Lucas Calig says, people, that's what the floors are sitting. Well, I don't think that's the case. I mean, the Triumph bike, the new one seems to be moving. It's already up to 200 or almost at 200. So again, I'm just happy that market's moving. People are buying stuff. People are moving gems around. I'm just glad to see that instead of just stuff being stagnant and no one's listing anything, right? So CryptoPunks were free. It took 4 years for them to go to millions. No rush. LOL. Very true. Very true. Also, Triumph bike counts as a full set. Yeah, I've heard that. People are buying it because it's a one thing set. Plus it's super cheap. Yeah, I don't know. Luckily it's going up in price, so you could have actually bought it while it's cheap and like flip it for a higher price. But other than that, I don't care too much. Any thoughts on the amount of fees that they pile on? 2 to 8% marketplace fee, 10% withdrawal fee, fees convert to crypto into fiat, wiring fees from the bank, then taxes on realized gains. Seems a bit much in my opinion. Well, the marketplace fees is just the Omi burn, right? As far as I know, I'm not sure if like the 2.5% fees across the board. That's like the amount of fees that I think like that's like Omi burn. That's how much Veve gets paid, and that's how much they have to pay to their licensor. Basically, Disney and Marvel or whoever else, I think as well as 007, they have an additional 6% fee that they probably negotiated on their contract that they want more money for each exchange. Sure, it is what it is. I don't think Veve can do much about that. 10% withdrawal fee. I heard that's, I don't know. It sounds like that's kind of like an industry, not industry standard, but I know eBay, from what I've heard, I don't know. I haven't bought or sold, I haven't sold anything on eBay, I should say. That there's a 10% fee for just using the platform to transact on. So there's a 10% fee there. So a lot of people that do sell physical collectibles and other things, like 10% is pretty standard. It's like pretty competitive from what I've heard. So considering Veve is doing that, and I'm sure, yeah, I think that 10% fee is fine. Fees to convert the crypto into fiat. Fees to convert crypto into fiat. Crypto into fiat. Well, it's just gems, right? Even though technically I know Omi's running in the background, like on the app. I don't know if there's an additional fee for that. Wiring bank fees from the bank, so that's a bank thing, not a Veve thing. Then taxes on realized gains, that's again not a Veve thing. So again, you can't control what the bank and like your government does for tax on realized gains, right? So it's you either have to separate like Veve from everything else, or we talk about everything else and leave Veve out, right? That's how I see it. So the real question is, should Veve do a 10% withdrawal fee? Maybe, maybe not. That seems pretty competitive from what I've heard from the industry standard. Again, I haven't been on like any other crypto projects. I haven't been on OpenSea, so I don't know what that's like. And then the market fee, the marketplace fee. Yeah, it sucks, but that's also the reason why prices have been running higher initially, right? Especially when it comes to Disney and some other Disney and Marvel, and then the other ones in general, right? So I don't know, that's my take on it. That might sound, you know, I'll be honest, I don't know everything there is to know about fees and all that stuff, but like in my mind, it just kind of makes sense. Like, yeah, at the end of the day, there's always companies and governments reaching into the next person's pocket to take some money out, right? But I mean, that's what happens when you're on a platform that can, you know, you buy an NFT and it can drop in price. You know, it can drop The price can drop by 50% over the course of 3 weeks, but it can also do a 5x in 2 weeks. Like, that's just kind of the game we're playing. YouTube 671, what's your best value at this time on the market? What's your best value at this time on the market? I think you mean like what's the best purchase on the market for the value? There's so many good things. We would just be splitting hairs at that point. I would still just hold off. If you have like 1,000 gems, I would still just wait. I think things could still drop even more between now and the end of the month, at the very least. Kind of want to see like what the biggest gainers and losers are at the hour. I know that was like 30 minutes ago, but LBM Bats, how much profit people are getting from flipping collectibles? I don't mind the withdrawal fee. Yeah, exactly. Bike at 197 now. Yeah, I saw that. It's pretty crazy. Okay, now it's starting to go down. 189, 190. Yep, people are taking profit now. We the people investing in Omi seems like the smartest move long term, in my opinion. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, Omi's down a lot too. It's not like Veve's down, but Omi's not moving at all. What's Omi at right now? I don't own any Omi. I do want to buy some at some point. I mean, now's a pretty good time. I mean, Omi's at 0.0047. I mean, it's down quite a bit from what, 0.007, right? So, and as far as I know, the success of Omi also rides on the success of Veve, right? So they need each other. Yeah, it's at 0.0048 right now. And so, and the way I see it too is like Omi also needs Veve to be successful for Omi to be successful, at least initially, until more people adopt Omi or use it as a cryptocurrency for their mini games or whatever the hell. So top gainers, him is up 900 gems. Balina, I've been telling you guys since day one, get unicornos. No, I'm just kidding. I have no idea. I don't know why these are going up. Maybe master collector points, who knows, but sorcerer's hat's finally going up. I know it was at 3,100 earlier, now it's at 3K, but who cares? Happy Stash Labbit, 83 gems. Fat Tony, a lot of like independent artists, some decon stuff is kind of moving up. It's pretty interesting. Death is actually up 40 gems, so it's up like 9%. It's kind of crazy that we're seeing these movements. Like, gosh, I remember doing these top gainer things like a month or 2 months ago, and like the top stuff would be like 35%, 28%, 27%, you know, 30%. Like it would be that high. Now it seems like, don't get me wrong, this is still great, but you know, when it comes to him, could just be a delisting, things like that. So some things are still moving up, but I do think a lot of these uptrends are short-lived until people just start taking profit, and then it goes back down. Let's see. Top losers. Let's see. Bigfoot, 31 gems. Ito, 1K. He's down actually 250. Holy moly. So he's down 20%. Kind of want to check out his chart really quick. Real Ray, if it was a bar chart, it would be a tail, I think, or a candle wick. Yeah, probably. Nogi All-Star, I'm so mad not picking up a motorcycle at 90. Yeah, dude, you can't beat yourself up. I don't think anyone foresaw bike going to 200 gems. At least I didn't. I didn't see it that much. And like, you know, just don't beat yourself up too much about not having perfect hindsight. That like, oh, I should have bought this. Like, I don't know. Like, I had even told myself, like, I'm not going to buy a bike. Like, we're in the middle of a gem squeeze. No one cares. Like, it's a 007 NFT. And who knows? It could crash right back down, right? Like, maybe all this is just very short-lived and it's just done. So. Villy, how do you see the future of SR Comics? I think they're fantastic. That probably has the most committed hodlers on the app, in my personal opinion, because A, there's not very many. A, like, not a lot of people value comics in general, but also B, like, I think everyone has a mutual respect for comics, but like the people that are like really willing to like dish out the money for secret rares are few and far between. And those people that do invest, like, they're much more likely to actually hodl, which is why I do think comics are gonna, like, SR Comics are gonna do like very well. Let's see here. But I mean, they're just as susceptible as anyone else, right, during a gem squeeze. Like, across the board, all SR comics are down, right? Yeah, like we're looking here at Ito. I mean, he was being sold off for below 600 gems for a while, so maybe his actual bottom is maybe closer to like 850, 800. We'll see how that goes. Alligator Loki, Buttercup, Invisible Woman, Cthulhu, Idol. Did that pump by like a ton because of that announcement? Then it like immediately started getting sold off. It's kind of funny. Again, during a gem squeeze, a lot of these pumps are going to be very short-lived. People are just trying to find any angle they can to make profit, right? Like look at this. People are like, oh my god, Cthulhu like discontinued their contract or their NFT program or whatever. Went up to 184 and then right back down to exactly where it was 2 days prior. Like the exact same price. People pumped it and then dumped it. Hey, thanks for the KI says thanks for the live stream. I have 600 gems. What would you buy? Donald Duck, Common Spider-Man, a Jaunty Jig, so much more. What would you do? Those are all great picks. I would just wait, to be honest. I think you could maybe buy some of those and still have like 200 gems left over if you just wait like a week. And plus, like all those NFTs you just mentioned, like I don't see those 2 or 3 Xing like overnight. Like I just don't see that. I would just wait. I think you can actually get a better deal if you just wait. Man, Iron Man went from 3.4K to 1800 or 1.8. Yep, that's what I'm saying. And I think it could still go even lower. I would just hold your gems for now. What do you think of this trade? A 293 Darwin Cook Batman / battle statue for a Joe Mad Batman. That's weird. It's hard to like price value like low mint stuff. For a Joe Mad, like which one would you be doing? Would you be trading for a Joe Mad, so you'd be getting the Joe Mad? Umar? I'm assuming that's the case. Will Joe Mad be a blue chip? It is Todd and Rizzo's brother. Blue chip? I just don't see it. It could, just because the FE tag, but it would be so long, I think, in my mind. I'm thinking years down the line before it gets that kind of respect, in my personal opinion. I think people right now are still just leveraging it as a way to just flip it. Benedict Fredrickson. So, like, blue chip, unlikely. I think the actual blue chip / grails are going to be Todd and Rizzo. The other two, unlikely. Are they going to be like very solid, like A tier NFTs? I would say so, but are they like blue chips? Or are they like really up there, like S tier? Probably not. What do you think of this trade? Oh, I already read that. Green Ghost Bear, 1,888 mints, and not many to reach that 10K mark. I don't know who Luke's work is fire. If you consider yourself a bull, then you need to pick up a dead Ghost Bear. Dead Ghost Bear. Let's look up the Ghost Bears. I don't know. I'm not too bullish on the idea. Like, you just mentioned it right now. Like, I don't even know who that artist is. I prefer to just stick with things that have, like, mass international appeal that is part of pop culture. A lot of people know about it. And all that stuff. And I don't think, like, low mints are enough to carry it, right? That's just my take. And again, like, who knows? All the independent artist stuff could just blow up right when you announce like Meetable X integration and or like OpenSea stuff. Like those could just blow up and do very, very well. Who knows? But if it was legitimately the best NFT on the market for 70 gems, it would be there. You know, then 75, then 80, then like 85. If that was the best NFT to get, it would be at that point. But I don't know. Like, and there's just like, it's not even good for like swing trading or margin trading, because I'm like looking at it, there's like not that much to be had. Like, went up to 100 gems. Like, there's just like not much to be had here, I would say. I don't know. Like, I really want like the independent artist stuff and like decon and all that stuff to like do really well. Like, don't get me wrong, but it's just like, I feel like usually, to be honest, like a lot of the decon or like independent art stuff is usually a trap for either like newer users that are like, hey, this has super low mints and this looks kind of cool. Why don't I just buy this? Like, I think everyone overlooked it. It's like, it's unlikely that you had like 300,000 VV users just overlook this NFT. It's like people just don't want it. Or two, people have what they want. You know, they have all the gold moments and Marvel this and DC that and Coca-Cola this. They have all the big stuff that they want, and they're like, oh, this independent artist seems kind of cool. Yeah, I'll throw 60. You know, the 67 gems doesn't mean anything to them. You know, so they'll just throw some money at it. Like, who cares? You know, they just have that stuff on the side because they can afford it, and it doesn't mean anything to them. So again, I'm not trying to like dumpster on any of the independent artists, like, but their biggest catalyst is like stuff off platform, because I do think Veve, the community, is obsessed with Marvel, Disney, DC, that like anything else that's not that just kind of gets trampled on. And so I do think the independent artists should get more respect, but like as long as it's on this like very enclosed, small, tight-knit market community thing, like it's just not going to get it, which is why it needs to go off platform to people that are used to investing or spending money on independent artists, or just, you know, stuff that looks like this, let's just say, you know, typically. Let's see. Donald Duck is a sleeper. Sean ZZ. I agree. I think people know the value of Donald Duck, which is why it's still where it's at now. But yeah, I mean, I bought a Donald Duck last night at 600 when, I bought Donald Duck last night at 600 when, it was at like, the floor was at like 670 something. Like someone listed it for like 15% below floor. And I'm like, hell yeah, I got a good deal. I wake up the next day, the floor is at like 630, and I'm like, oh god. And then now it's at 600 basically. So, you know, it is what it is. Let's see. I still don't have this up, do I? Okay, cool. Yeah, now it's like below that, and I'm like, yeah, this gem squeeze is just getting ridiculous at this point. Just ridiculous. Can you check the cars? Is there a correlation with automobile market with bike? Maybe. Let's look up the DeLorean. Unlikely, but we'll, you know, I'm down to entertain some speculation, real Ray. Doesn't look like it. Maybe DeLorean, even though it says it's down 3%, it could mean that 24 hours ago it actually went down $20 and now it's up 17. So like maybe something happened there. That doesn't look to be the case. Looks like it's just been going down. What if we did Ecto one? I did notice that the ultra rare went up a tiny bit. Let's look at the common. I did notice that the glider did go up in price a little bit. I think that was one of the NFTs that was actually like up. But I think that's just the hype around just 007 in general. Yeah, so yeah, Ecto 1 has just been going down, except for the rare's up a tiny bit. That's interesting. For 350 gems, what can I pick up? Honestly, if you wait longer, you could probably pick up a Daisy or Mini Lenticular card. If you wait longer, I really think that's an actual possibility. I mean, where are they at now? Where's so? Yeah, right now, Mini's at 370. Anyone that wants to buy stuff, I think you'll actually get better prices if you waited like another couple days, maybe even a week, as well. So yeah, that's up a bit, but let's look at the glider. But JC 25 mil for 350, you can actually get some decent stuff right now. I just think you could potentially get better prices if you just wait. I know, like, you want to pull the trigger right now and get something, but like everything is just going down right now across the board. Yeah, the static flyer actually went up in price a little bit, so there's kind of a correlation there. But again, I think this is going to be pretty short-lived. Riley Collier, hey, love the stream and the vibes. Do you think we wait on purchases? That's exactly. I want to buy so badly at the moment, but thinking logically, should probably wait. Thoughts, dude? I would, yes. Everything I bought the last like 2 or 3 weeks, I'm like, God, if I just waited, I would have gotten so much of a better deal. Just wait. Just wait. Trust me, just wait. And all the NFTs you guys are mentioning, it's not like overnight, every NFT in the market is going to go up 20%. It comes in waves, right? Usually certain NFTs go up first, and then, you know, things kind of spill over to a different NFT. I would say just keep in mind like what NFTs you want to buy. If you could, like right now, just keep that in mind, like every other day. Like, all right, cool. If something does shift in the market, or if I do feel like something is going to happen, or if people are talking about it, like, oh my God, like, could this market pump again? If enough people are talking about it, okay, like maybe now's the time to, that's the time to do it. But right now, the market is just retracting like really, really hard. I would just hold off on any purchases, to be honest, in my personal opinion. Just hold off on it. Honestly, every purchase I've done the last like 3 weeks, I wouldn't say I regret them, but it's definitely a time where I'm just like, God, if I just waited. And as we're looking at some of the numbers here, like look at, I don't know, for 350, what can you get? There's, Jason Fabok, right? Whatever. Jason, we were just looking at Jason Fabok earlier. It's at 303. Fantastic price. Had an all-time high of, I think, like 6 something, right? No, 800. This is the one that had an all-time high of 800. Yeah. But I don't pay too much attention to that. I'd rather look at the the candles and the resistance on like either side of it. So it's, let's just say it's closer to like 600, 650 or whatever. So it's a little bit more than 50% off. There's so many people that bought it for below 200 gems for literally like 9 months that there's still probably a lot of people that are entertaining the idea of selling it, or a lot of people around here that bought it that might just sell it for a small loss and get rid of it. Like I still think Jason Fabok could maybe go down to like, it's getting there. It's really close. I think it could maybe push down to 250. It really depends on that wall at 303. But this could be the bottom for Jason Fabok. If not, then it'll probably push 250. Then it'll like chill there, then go back up. So I still think there's some more. I think you guys could still squeeze a little bit more out of this gem squeeze. Now, in my personal opinion. Let's see. Love streams and the vibes. But yeah, I would just wait. Yeah, JC, Riley, just hold off on it. Dang, should I sell bike for 200, 1060 mint and wait for it to dip to buy again? Because I actually like the bike in the showroom. It's up to you. You can do whatever you want, Bash. I don't know what to tell you, but yeah, I don't know. If the mint number makes that big of a difference to you, maybe hold it, but how will Iron Man be worth more than Donald? Daisy? How will it? How will it be worth more than Donald Daisy 1 year from now? I think those two NFTs could swap places. So it's gonna take Donald Daisy a while, I'll be honest, to get up to Iron Man, because Iron Man's already been out for a while. A lot of people that sold it because of they got it on drop, or a lot of people that have, the people that want to get rid of it have already gotten rid of it. Donald Daisy, it's going to take them an additional 3 to 4 months or something like that for that to happen as well, right? To at least get up to the point to where roughly where Iron Man is now. So, but I could see those switching places. Like I said, if a lot of Marvel people get on the app, or if there's a ton of Marvel hype / Iron Man hype, like what's going to be happening in like the recent movies with like the multiverse movie, same thing when they're talking about the Illuminati and stuff like that. If there's just a lot of focus and attention on Iron Man recently, Iron Man could pump and actually surpass Donald the Daisy. But then if we get a bunch of Disney, Mickey, Donald diehards on the app, then that could flip. So I do think all those NFTs like Elsa, Sorcerer's Hat, Donald Daisy, and Iron Man, like they could just switch places. Maybe it takes over the course of like a few months. Maybe there's a couple announcements that happen here and there that could cause them to go up. Like if Disney, let's say 3 months from now, releases a Mickey Mouse Fantasia drop because they do have that Mickey, I'll show you guys. As this looks like a series to me personally, just speculation, of course, but in my mind, this right here, this Mickey Mouse NFT collection, and I could be wrong, Mickey Mouse NFT collection, maybe it's just Steamboat Willie, maybe that's all this is and there's nothing else to it, but it does say Mickey Mouse NFT collection. So they could, if they really wanted to, they could do a Fantasia version where Mickey's like using a wand and he has his hat and there's different poses and stuff. It's a blind box format, but because it shows the hat, maybe that will start making the Mickey hat start pumping, right? Like there's a lot of different things that could cause I think those 4 NFTs to like kind of overcome one another, and they're going to switch spots and stuff. So I do think there'll be quite a bit of movement with those NFTs, in my personal opinion. Titans PDX, do you think we will be able to list whole Veve accounts at some point? Like basically just sell your account? I don't see a reason why. The only reason I can think of is like, because you just sell off your NFTs individually, right? The only reason I can think of is like maybe master collector points, because that's more tied to your account. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. It's an interesting thought. It's kind of like when you said that, it kind of made me think of like, oh, I'm selling my World of Warcraft account or my Diablo 2 account, or something along those lines, right? Or my EVE Online account. I've seen people do that. Like usually it's MMO accounts that do that, because it's a lot of the achievements and stuff that's in the game. It just takes nothing but raw time to get put into it. But if you're selling an account that has NFTs on it, like just why not just sell the NFTs instead of like the whole account? Like I just don't know a reason why. Plus there could be issues with it being flagged as, it's a bot already, or maybe it's restricted and the person doesn't know who's buying it. I don't know. JP, Luke's Vader Bear is awesome, and his Bloody Bunnies. But when you get a chance, Google some of his work. There's a lot that pops up even when you're monkeying. But even on Monkey King, you can find some. Okay. JP, yeah, so like, I don't know, like I respect the work of the independent artists, but just the fact that like people are gonna have to go out of their way to do a lot of research, that's the reason why I think just the mass appeal of the independent artists won't do well. But but then again, with the low mint numbers, you don't need that many people, right? Like with the Ghost Bear, there's only 1,800, so you only need at least, because I'm sure there's some people that have doubles, so let's just call it 1,000, or 1,200. Like you only need 1,200 people to kind of realize the potential or the value of the artist, or that really like that piece, to hold off on it and do it, right? So yeah, I mean, that is kind of one advantage for independent artists, but for me personally, I've just had more success with like the Disney and like mass appeal stuff. Trust me, like at some point I probably will buy some of the art pieces like Uprising, as well as, God, what are some of the other ones? There's actually some art, like 2D art pieces I do like that came out of like Decon and stuff. I do like some of the Cryptkins, like, but that's all stuff that like once I secured like some of my bigger NFTs, I would say, I would do that first and then be like, okay, I have a few hundred gems to spare. Like, all right, I'll buy this and that. Like, because I already have my big ticket or like my blue chip NFTs that I've already invested in. Tammy Torres, what's up? Picked up a 2-digit Spider-Man 2099 for $32.99. Goodbye, bullish. Movie drops October and video game looks fire. Interesting. Where's so you paid what, double price? That's really good. You only paid double price for a 2-digit mint? That's pretty good. Let me, that's not up, right? Let me look that up. Yeah, that's definitely like a longer term play, but I mean, I don't mind it. It's definitely not like a bad play by any means. Let's see. I think I passed it. Yeah, I did. Marvel Mighties. I mean, you got a 2-digit mint of the only secret rare Marvel Mighty, right? Let's see. So that's there. So there's a 696. But like, where are the two-digit mint ones? Let's see. Low to high. Yeah, that's fantastic. I'm assuming it's a little bit more on the upper end of sub 100, but still, that's great. Hell yeah, because the next cheapest one is like 3.8. Yeah, that's awesome. And obviously, it's going to take some time for it to, like, pay itself off. And I'm assuming if you're buying that, I mean, you're looking to sell it off at some point. I think that's a solid investment. Like, because for that same price, you can pick up like C3PO, which is good. Don't get me wrong, but I do think sub 100s are kind of not an anomaly, but they can fetch some pretty big prices, and especially if there's gamification, I do think there's more catalysts for a sub 100, let's say Spider-Man 2099 than like a C3PO, in my opinion. So I think that's a good purchase. Is it one that I would do? Probably not, but I totally see the logic behind it. Masio Mo, I heard that something is coming on February 28th, but where does that stand? I haven't heard anything. I'm curious where you heard that something from. If it's just some randos on Discord, which is usually where it comes from, it's probably not likely. Smash the like button, people. Help VV Vibes get more subs. Yeah, exactly. I'm really close to 2,000 subs. I don't know what I'm going to do, if I'm going to celebrate or whatever, but yeah, it's kind of hard to give recommendations because right now I'm just telling everyone to kind of just hold off, and it seems like I'm just fielding a lot of questions about speculation stuff, which I love doing as well, right? Like there's just not much going on other than like, yo, the market's dipping, bike is kind of pumping, which is cool. I do like the bike. Let's see. Bike right now is at 178. It's actually holding its value decently well. Surprised. Holy moly. I'm just glad something is moving right now. I don't even care. Let's see. Kieran S. Cannot believe the drop on Elsa. Yep, dude. I cannot believe the drop on Mickey Hat. Trust me, dude. I got double screwed. I'm not going to go over the story again, but I bought Mickey Hat at like 4.3K, and now it's, let's just say it's much higher than that now. What is your long-term plan? Which ones? Sorry, I think I skipped something. Yeah, I did skip. Bendick said, yesterday someone said, was this the spicy February? And Vivi answered, February's not over. Wait, that's all. Yeah, that's what I said earlier. They haven't confirmed or denied anything. All they said was February's not over. That's it. Billy, what is your long-term play? Which ones are you focusing on? I'm mostly right now focusing on Disney NFTs for the most part, like Golden Moments, lenticular cards, and some other things. Right now I'm just kind of just waiting. Like there's no big moves to be made. I don't have like a ton of fiat to like pour into the app to like make use of like this gem squeeze, to be honest. So I'm kind of doing that, you know. So I'm just kind of waiting and giving advice on what people could invest in and stuff like that. Right now it's just like just wait, you know. I don't think you need to be able to buy you don't need to buy something or sell something every day, right? So today's just one of those days. In my opinion, it's just like just wait, see how things play out, see if there's any more announcements, see if there's any more drops happening, see if prices keep dropping. Gem squeeze or bot squeeze? Maybe a bit of both. I would like to think it's more gem squeeze, but maybe not bot squeeze. Alex, you do a great job with these streams, but I look forward to an alternate universe VV Vibes that focus on comics to come along. Yeah, I think a day will come. I do want to, like, this is probably the perfect time to do it, just because there's not much happening on the collectible side of things. It's hard just because there is I mean, if we look at vvrank.com, like I was even looking at some like ultra rare comics and stuff the other day, just because I can't afford secret rares right now. But I'm just like every other person, where if I did want advice, like comics by tier, and there's another content creator that had stuff up too. Let's see. Give me a second here. Elsa chilling like a villain. True. I know I just completely skipped over chat, but give me a sec. So see all, and then there was another fellow. It's kind of hard to and I forgot the dude's name too, so I kind of feel bad. But he was in a recent tweet that I was involved in. I think I found it. I think this is it. Boodle NFT. I think that's it. Oof, I'm getting some real lag right now. Let me give it a quick refresh here. I know the stream's lagging, so I apologize. Here it is, I believe. Why are these? It's like 3 different listings he has, or 3 different like pages. Oof. This one right here. I apologize if it's hard to see. Just save this image. Can I do that? Does that work? There we go. So there's like this one as well as vvrank.com, right? So there's like this one. I know it's like kind of hard on the eyes to like really see it. I've seen this one before and I kind of like the look of it as well. Can I like scroll over? There we go. So like there's Marvel Comics up here, like Fantastic Four, Amazing Spider-Man, Fantastic Four. Like it feels like the same like top 10 is usually the same across like whether it's VV rank or whether it's this guy's like tier list as well. It's just hard because you know, sometimes the secret rare of Daredevil is less than this, even though like this has half the mints and this has double the amount of mints, and like that's the kind of stuff I'm like kind of trying to figure out, but I'm not sure. I don't think that's the case. Like let's look up Daredevil really quick. I know I'm a little bit behind chat. Daredevil. It's not what I meant to do. It's not what I meant to click either. If I complete them immediately, will I sell? I still get 100 MCP. Ador Lopez, honestly, I have no idea. I would assume yes, but I have no idea. Elias Roeder, I see the gem squeeze going for another 7 to 10 days, just so Pokemon rumors fall to the floor, then a month of consolidation, slowly moving up again. Probably, I could see that. Golden Donald versus Elsa. I mean, they're also like, Elsa's also like double the price, right? So that kind of doesn't make too much sense. So it should be more like 2 Golden Donalds versus Elsa. In which case I'd maybe pick Donald, like 2 Donalds over Elsa, but I would probably still pick Elsa. Simon Wazer, thoughts on the poster set on 88 bucks? Poster set. Don't know what that is. Like the new poster set for 88, I guess if you really want the 100 MCP and then sell it at a small loss, like you can, but I wouldn't. What do you think will pump when MTL opens up? Immediately, nothing. But I do think the first things to pump will be Golden Moments, followed by Lenticular cards, followed by Spider-Man, Deadpool, Captain America, like all those like big Marvel things around the same time as, and Marvel Mighties around the same time as Lenticular cards, and then it'll go DC plus Steamboat Willie. Steamboat Willie will probably be like towards the tail end of like that initial like big pump of all like the higher tier stuff. Daredevil number 1, ultra rare, is at 585. But yeah, I do want to brush up more on comics, but also just like the search for it is just kind of a pain. Like I type in Daredevil number 1, or like if I type in Amazing Spider-Man, I have to type out the whole thing. Not that that's like that big of a deal, but I feel like it's a little late, not late, but 450 would have been a great price to get a Daredevil number 1, but there's 1,000 of those. And then let me look at Amazing Spider-Man. Like, let's look at Fantastic Four number 1. Let's see which one this one has it. This one has Fantastic Four. It's interesting how this one has Fantastic Four number 1, like right behind Marvel Comics number 1, and this is like they're all A tier, right? S tier, A tier, whatever. They're all really high up there, but let's do this. Floor on bike is 180 now. Yeah, I saw that. Thoughts on Jim Lee? I think it's a fantastic NFT. It's just gonna take a long time for it to get back up. 2.5% fee, lots of flippers. People have been buying it for below 500 gems for like a very long time. So we'll take a look at like Jim Lee Joker here in a little bit. Riley. So just give me a sec here. So ultra rare, so 7. So this, so like this is some, and I guess it's because it's Fantastic Four #1, but it's like, so it doesn't make sense to me that like, even though Fantastic Four #1 has double the mints of Daredevil #1, it's still like 40% more than Daredevil #1. Like what if we did Amazing Spider-Man #1? Don't do this to me. I guess it's because it's Amazing Spider-Man as well as like, you know, Fantastic Four. What about Fantastic Four #5? Probably should have done that first. See, this is the kind of part I want to see. It's like, all right, gem for gem, Fantastic Four #5. Number 4 or 5? 5. So this is what I'm trying to figure out. It's like, all right, like before, when let's just say Daredevil #1 ultra rare was at 450. Is it better to get 2 Daredevil #1 ultra rares, or is it better to get, let's say, 1 Fantastic Four #5 ultra rare, right? Like which one is better? That's kind of how I think. I'm trying to find out like what are the best NFTs for certain, like best comics for certain price points. And like, I think it's fine that there's multiple answers. It does seem like a lot of these higher tier comics that are like up here towards the top, all the ultra rares are like hovering around like 800, 850, 900 for the most part. So that's the whole thing. It's just I have to like relearn this whole thing, right? And which one is technically better than what? And let's see. So yeah, this is going for 850, 1,000 mints, which is strange, right? Fantastic Four. No, this has 30,000, just like Daredevil. So like that's the part I don't understand. Doctor Doom ultra rare has half the mints of Fantastic Four #1, half the mints, same price. Yeah, like this is all just stuff like this is just questions I have that I just need to ask like an actual like comic person that just actually like understands. Like I know Doctor Doom's really big, but like I could double up on Daredevil, but like Daredevil isn't like that big of a, like it's a big character, don't get me wrong, but it's not Doctor Doom big. Maybe I'm kind of comparing them a little bit too much with like their direct powers or something. I don't know. This is the part I get confused with. Plus also just like every comic is a blind box, right? So there's always 3 different tiers and you have to basically look at, it's not just like 1 NFT, it's like 5 NFTs in one, right? So I regret getting a Decon mascot, $297 a while back for 85 gems. Floor price is now 30 gems. Oof. Oof. Yeah. Drew Pear, what's up with the motorbike? I'm surprised it has bounced back up. Me too. It's doing great stuff. I'm happy that there's just movement in the market, right? Yeah, it's back up to 192. So good for it. I think the 007 motorcycle is pumping because Veve Vault creators are realizing how much they could put their NFT characters on the motorcycle. Maybe. I got thrown off because when he said Veve Vault creators, I'm like, wait, Veve Vault, like the content creator? Is that what you mean? But yeah. Vaultaholics, I know some people use that term too, but yeah. Glad something is moving. Yeah, same here. Josh Gutty, thoughts on Fat Frank? Now half the supply being held by one person. Really? Is that really the case? I mean, To be honest, I kind of don't really care, but kind of curious to see. How do you know it's held by one person? Is it because it's all on the market? Where is serial killers? Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean by that, or like it's all being held by like 50% of the people. Now, half the supply being held by one person. I don't know about that, Josh. Like, I don't know. Even if that was happening, like, it's not going to sway my opinion about Frankenfat at all. Mike Miller, bike has been a wild ride today, but really the only decent one. I agree. I think it's probably the best 007 drop we've had. Also, chill like a villain. Market picking back up. Jericho, maybe not. I don't know. Not necessarily, but my collectibles. Okay, all collectibles. Maybe. Let's look at top gainers. Looks like golden moments are still down. At least these two. Also, Stamps long-term first series seems good, but about Xmas and Chinese New Year. I don't know. I'm not too bullish on like Stamps. I think people that are legitimate stamp collectors just don't fit the like age/technology demographic that would be into like NFTs, to be quite honest. And on top of that, like, I'm sure stamps will do well, but it's like you could probably just spend those gems elsewhere that could just do significantly better, in my personal opinion. I'm not saying stamps are like a bad investment. I just think there's just other moves that could be made in the meantime, right? So it just seems like a lot of people are buying stamps because they think other people are going to be stamp collectors, but it's like I just don't know that many stamp collectors that might be like under the age of 40, heavily invested and involved on like NFT projects and like cutting edge like cryptocurrency like platforms and stuff like that. Like, I just don't see it happening that much. So like, it could pay off, but it'll just take a while, in my personal opinion. Let's see, Josh Gutty. I feel bad, Josh Gutty. Like, I don't want to feel like I'm like bashing your ideas or anything like that. But like, that's just my opinion on it. And it's good because you have to ask these questions, right, to like know the answers. Because I was the same way too. I was just buying tons of just random shit when I had a bunch of money early on the app. Elias Roeder, Defo, not Jericho. Okay. Hammond, bike is awesome. 11 an AR. Yeah, it sounds cool. It sounds like a lot of people are actually liking it because it is animated and it has sound, so there is that. Elsa or Hat? Let me look them up really quick. Part of me wants to say Elsa, but I kind of want to take a closer look at Hat. Let's see. Hat's at 3K right now. Elsa is where? Below that, right? I think she's below that. Come on. Yeah, Elsa's at 27. What is going on? So Hat, yeah, Hat took a very big hit. This is basically the FAFE hit, and this is the most recent just hit to, I don't know, just a further gem squeeze or whatever that's been going on. Part of me wants to say Hat just because, I mean, it's had a lot of potential up here. And from what I've heard from like other like physical Disney like collectors and just people that are like really into Disney, like the Disney Sorcerer's Hat is like a really big deal. I've heard, I think it was, God, what's his name? Rob Stuff, who's another content creator who does stuff on the market. He said he's sold physical collectibles, especially Disney. He says nothing sells like Disney, like physical collectibles. He's been selling stuff on eBay for probably, I assume, a long time. And he said, like, when I think it was Funko Pop came out with like different variations of like Mickey, there's him like in a hat and him in like in different outfits and stuff. Some of them related to Disney, some not. But he said there was one where he was wearing the hat, like the Fantasia outfit, and he said that one was the one that like just sold significantly faster and higher than like any of the other Funko Pops. And he said, like, also just Disney does not release stuff related to the Sorcerer's hat like very often. And when they do, like, they do fetch like a pretty decent premium, and people do love like the Fantasia film. Some people do consider the hat to basically be like an actual character because it was running around in the movie and doing all kinds of cool stuff. So, yeah, but I feel like that is somewhat like niche information. That's something only like really diehard Disney people would like really understand and like enjoy. I do think like the everyday person or person that just likes Disney, or at least understands the fact like, okay, cool, like Elsa's the first Disney princess. That's easy enough to know. I think either one is good. Like I'm kind of trying to quickly run the numbers here on like Elsa while this is kind of loading. So just give me 1 sec. Let's see. So she's actually had like 2 hits around like 4,200. Yeah, it just seems like right now, just like the hat's like really volatile. I do think people are gonna kind of like look past the fact that it's like, oh, FA versus FE or whatever. It's just like Mickey's Sorcerer's hat. Didn't it get up to like 6K at one point? Maybe I'm kind of forgetting. Yeah, like Mickey hat was really up there. And for a long time, and I agree, for a long time, people thought Mickey's hat was like the number 2 and it like golden moment before R2-D2 and C-3PO like really took off. So even though there's an all-time high here of 7K, I wouldn't look at that. I'll probably look closer to here, which is 4,400. So, personally, I'd probably say Elsa. If I had to pick, I'd probably pick Elsa, and have the extra few hundred gems. I would wait. I wouldn't buy Elsa right now. I do think you can take advantage of this gem squeeze a bit longer and purchase her at a lower point. But I think just your everyday person will understand Elsa and her value and her importance a little bit more than like Sorcerer's hat. Even though she has double the mints, it doesn't matter. But yeah, that's my take on it, but I could be wrong. Both are important, and there could be a point where we're splitting hairs, you know. But Lucas, that's a good question. Johnny Deep Dish, 3 lenticular, Donald, Daisy, Minnie, or Homer, Bart, Golden Moment? I'd probably pick the lenticulars, to be quite honest. Because what's Homer Bart at right now? 1440. I'd rather pick up Donald, Daisy over Homer Bart, to be honest. Like if you're really planning on hodling at least like a year, I'd pick Donald Daisy over Homer Bart, but that's just me personally. But if that's the case, like if you're trying to pick lenticular cards for 1,400, or for basically, let's just say 1,450, I would pick up the Mickey. No. I would pick up a, why is it not showing Donald? Do I need to like, oh, it's because it's on top gainers, I think. Sort by. There we go. Oof, now just reset again. I'm sorry guys, my computer's just like really wigging out right now. It's what happens when your computer's like 8 years old and trying to just deal with what you can. But There it goes. Holy moly. Jesus, Donald's actually below us. If you had 1,400 gems, don't buy. I probably wouldn't buy Homer and Bart. I'd rather buy a Donald Duck, a Mickey Mouse, which already puts you at what? Like 1,100? No, that puts you at 1030. And then buy a Minnie Mouse. Like you can buy a Donald, a Mickey, and a Minnie for the cost of a Homer and Bart. And I think these would perform better overall, longer term. Let's see. Sold one of my Elsa's for 2 gold moment, Donald and Daisy's, and SR comic Luke. Hope it pays off someday. Yeah, that's a fantastic trade, it sounds like. SR, like Luke Cage, yeah. I mean, I would do an Elsa for 2 Donald and Daisy's. Sell them? Trade, yes, but if I had to like eat a fee, that would kind of suck. Yeah, we'll see. Josh Gotti, sell Iron Man for 2 other gold moments? No, just hold Iron Man. Iron Man is definitely like upper A tier. I would have sold on to him, and he's like way too low now to sell him in my personal opinion. Just hold on to him. I don't even know what you would sell him for though, right? Like if you sold him right now, you'd get what, like 1,600 gems? You can't afford 2 golden moments. Like maybe double Lady and the Tramp, and I wouldn't do that trade, personally. Daniel Jovic, it's debatable whether Miles Morales or Mandalorian is bigger than most recent golden moment, assuming they are spicy drops at the end of the month. Yeah, assuming. We'll see. Just more likely Miles Morales, but we'll see between the two. But we'll see. When Encanto drop? Yeah, that'd be kind of cool. I haven't seen the movie, but I know Encanto's a pretty good movie. Mike Mueller, I also agree with the comment you made a while back with respect to buy and sell orders. Being able to interact like that, like an equity market, be fantastic. Just might be tricky with the blockchain, etc. I think so too. Embrace the boring, the difficulties, and the uncontrollable. Don't get distracted with the noise and play the long game. Exactly. Veve, Las Vegas. I'm down on everything. Literally everything I own is down, and I'm just holding all of them. I'm not selling any anytime soon. Not planning on it. I fully expect the market might not recover till sometime like mid to late March. It could take that long. Or it could be sooner, who knows? What about Fat Frank, bruh? Probably not. Okay, so somebody, I Hate Society or something like that, posted a screenshot showing he owns 1,670 or 1,600 of them. That's cool. I think it's an interesting thing, but I don't think it's a point that I would be like, it's not like an investing information thing. Johnny Deep Dish, $2. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Plus, I like your little icon thingy. Someone with the scythe. Don't know what anime that is, but that seems kind of cool. I'll try not to be hurt. Appreciate your channel and the advice. Thank you. Of course, and I appreciate the dono. What if it's Mario? True. What if it is Mario? Right, Kryptony? Josh Gunny, thoughts on tomorrow's comic drop? I couldn't care less about most comics, to be honest. Unless it's like a significant like FA or something. I think it's mostly because I'm just bitter because I literally never win comic drops. It's funny, but I just don't see myself like going my way to invest in it or anything like that. I don't really like the Secret Rare cover, though. Not a fan of the Secret Rare cover. Ultra Rare and the Rare and Ultra Rare look meh. I do like the common and the uncommon cover probably the most. I do like both of those covers. I'm not a huge fan of the other covers or whatever. Let's see here. It's Banksy. Banksy. Don't know who that is. It's Banksy. Or what that is. I don't even know what that is. Is that something? I'm like Googling it. Oh, street. Oh, yeah. I've heard of Banksy. Okay, okay. Okay, I have heard of Banksy before. When you feel like IRL utility for the golden moment Disney collectibles start to come into fruition, any ideas what they could be? Dave Martin, to be quite honest, I don't think like not Veve, sorry, I don't even think Disney needs to even add utility to any of their golden moments or any of their NFTs. They don't need to. But if they did, what would they be? I have no idea. Like discounts on like concessions or like stuff like in the park, I just don't see that. Maybe discounts on movie purchases or Disney Plus or whatever. Like I have no idea. Could be stuff related to like their version of like the metaverse that could happen in like 5 to 10 years. I have no idea. I don't think Disney actually even needs real world utility for their stuff. Like I think the name, the brand, the characters, and just like the overall just culture of like the NFTs themselves just carry themselves in their value. Banksy is huge. Yeah. I've heard of the name before, and after I looked it up, I'm like, oh yeah, Banksy. Like I have seen that before. I'm like familiar with it, but I'm not sure like. Do you think these extra golden moments decrease the value of OG's real life increase? Okay, so you're asking if the new golden moments decrease the value of the originals. Not by any means. I think they are mutually exclusive. It's just hard to tell right now because basically the new golden moments that came in during a gem squeeze, right? So it's hard to tell if like just because the new golden moments were introduced and like golden moments then all the golden moments dropped shortly after. It's that correlation doesn't mean causation. It just means that there was already a gem squeeze happening for like 2 or 3 weeks prior. This squeeze is just happening a little bit longer, and the golden moments were the very, very last things to actually drop during the gem squeeze. And we can see it here too, right? Like, I'm looking at Mickey's Sorcerer's Hat, but for the first for the first 3 weeks of January, different NFTs were pumping at different times. Some NFTs pumped that first week of January, some did the second week, some did the third week. Same thing here. There's a massive gem squeeze after that for a month. Some NFTs squeezed really hard that first week, others the second week, others the third week. Golden moments just happened to really lag behind, and it took them, almost a full 3.5, 4 weeks for them to finally get squeezed down. We're like, because I think that's the last thing people wanted to let go during a gem squeeze, right? People were selling off their independent artist stuff. People were selling off the lower tier DC and like Marvel NFTs. People were selling off, other random stuff first, and then eventually they're like, all right, I'm selling all this stuff. I have nothing left to sell except for golden moments at this point. Not that they like completely let go of their vault, but like that these are probably some of the last NFTs that people want to let go. Wow, R2 is almost at 6,000. That's crazy. 3 months plus of 3 months of Disney Plus, possibly. Even then, that's not that much value. The first series of golden moments, all the first series of sets, I should say. Yeah, we're definitely pushing the whole like Disney Plus thing, but the most recent one didn't do anything. So I think Disney even said that was kind of like a one-time thing. I don't want to say that it was a one-time thing, but like Disney, part of the release of the golden moments was to push Disney Plus, and that was it. That was kind of like a little program or thing to help push Disney Plus a little bit, but that's all it meant. I caught one near my house and the people removed it. Dude, that's nuts. That's upsetting. Sun Eater, free Disney Plus as long as you hold a golden moment. Would incentivize people to hold during dips. How much is Disney Plus? Like $10 a month? Sorry, I couldn't mute myself. How much is Disney Plus? I don't know. I just don't see people like, hey, my NFT might be down 50%, but at least I'm saving $10 a month, $8 a month for Disney Plus. Yeah, I just don't see that being like a compelling enough reason for people to like hold during like a massive gem squeeze or whatever. At least I don't see it. Is it a small something? Sure, but it's not going to incentivize people to like not sell it. Mendes flip 1600 gems. What do you buy? If someone held a gun to my head and I had to buy right now, damn, Iron Man isn't there. I'd buy Iron Man or probably like 2 Donald lenticulars plus like a Mickey or where's Donald and Daisy? Where are they? Are they not on this list when I type in golden moments? Yeah, there they are. They're at the top. Or Donald Daisy plus, you know, something else. I don't know. That's what I would do personally. Or I'd maybe look at some of the secret rare comics. I don't know. I would have to be very comfortable and very knowledgeable before I invest in like some certain secret rare comics, at least like personally. Yeah, if I had to right now, yes, but I would just wait. Mendes flips. If you're gonna buy anything, I would just wait. I do think the prices will dip for another week. What's today? The 20th? I think prices could dip for like another week. So who knows? You can maybe pick up an Iron Man for 1,500 gems, 1,400 gems. Who knows? If you wait long enough. Real Ray also in the stock market, blue chips are usually the last to go, and it signals the beginning of the end of the downtrend. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like that's what golden moments was. They were basically so resistant to the market for so long that eventually people are like, all right, if I really want some profit, I have to sell these off. So it's like the very last thing on their list of things to sell. But yeah, and like I said before, these are going to be the last things to drop, the last things to drop, the first things to pump when the market does finally recover. So got another phone for a higher chance, open accounts with friends and family, play drops. Yeah, that too. Smart move. Yeah, R2D2 took a pretty hefty hit. Oof. From here to here. Love your live stream. Josh Gutty, thank you. Appreciate that. I know my lighting's a bit scuffed right now because I usually have that like window closed and like everything is shut off and I have the light behind me and all that stuff. Plus I have like a different camera. I don't know. I know my lighting's a bit scuffed, but you know, I don't have a professional setup like everyone else does. Let's see. But I appreciate that, Josh. I appreciate that. I'm glad I'm helping you guys out and you guys are enjoying the stream. I probably will get off in like 30 minutes or so, but we'll see. Maybe a little bit less than that. Nah, Disney wants people to keep trading so they get that royalty fee. Yeah, that's true. Even then, like this is still such a small portion of like their actual profits and stuff. I think they're just right now utilizing Veve to kind of just test the waters in like the NFT market, maybe do a little bit of metaverse or like Veveverse thing, because eventually Disney does want to do their own metaverse and have their own thing and do it exclusively, right? Even though Mickey, like not Mickey, but Disney's always been a little bit late to things, but eventually they just make their own thing and it just becomes so popular it doesn't matter. I mean, look at Disney Plus. I think even like some of the Disney, like just the classic like movies and stuff on VHS, like they were kind of like the last, not the last ones, but they were kind of like late to adopt DVDs and stuff like that. So they're kind of like late to things, but once they get on board, like they go all out, spend a ton of money, make it exclusive to just them and their fans and their culture, and then it just does really well. So Ty Rod, wish I was around early, but why did Veve take away the drivability of DeLorean? I have no idea. I was not around during that time. It seems super cool and super interesting. I would have loved to do that, like drive around the DeLorean, like a little RC car or whatever. But I don't know. Maybe it was taking up too much room on the app, or maybe they didn't want people to see that feature too soon. I couldn't tell you. It seems super cool though. You see more growth in comics or collectibles? Like I'm cheap, under 50. Okay. Probably comics, because they do get propped up a lot by the Master Collector program, just in general. If we're talking under 50 gems, but even then, there's a lot of value in comics. I just been kind of too hesitant / lazy to invest, and I kind of would rather just stick with what I'm comfortable with and knowledgeable about, which is collectibles. But I do think comics are a fantastic investment as well, as long as you know what you're doing and which ones you're buying, right? That's the hard part. Just like collectibles, the hard part is finding out what to invest in. Bendik Fredrickson, the whole Batman Series 1 will be the new CryptoPunks in a couple of years. Yeah, possibly. I could see that. Let's get those likes up. I appreciate that. Fun under the sun. Bang, bang. I think that's the logo. Bang, bang. Johnny Deep Dish, I'm staying away from comics, especially when some of comics are almost the same value as the actual comic itself. Yeah, I mean, that's the best and worst part about the comics, though, right? Is like, there's at least some value based in it in like the real world, right? But then again, the collectibles aren't confined by physical counterparts, right? Except for Todd or whatever, but that's not, you know, because there's a physical Todd statue for $300 does not mean the digital Todd is now constrained by that, right? So I definitely think that the comics can surpass the physical counterparts. If anything, it might make the physical counterparts go up in price, like we've already seen with Todd. And even then, there's like less mints or editions of real life Todd over old Todd, right? Or over like the digital Todd. Like I think there's only 5,000 of like the physical Todds, at least like the first series or whatever. And our Todd, we have 7,500 Todds, at least on Veve. So, you know, I think some people are going to see the physical versions of things as like a, you know, as a thing that's like holding back the digital versions. But Todd price, I think it's like 8.8K. Kryptonite FA Joker at 928. That's crazy. Wow, Todd is at 8K right now. That is crazy. But this could have been 38 minutes ago, so let me check on my phone to see if that's still the case. $7.9 actually. That is nuts to think about. Look at that. Todd McFarlane, 7.9K. I think the main issue with Todd is that there's so many people stacking it. Because Todd was on the market for, and that's like bottom of 7.9K. It's not like 7.999. Like it's basically at 7.89 or whatever. Like that's surprising. That's crazy. I think the main issue with Todd is like there's so many people that have actually stacked Todds. Like there's people that have dozens of them, people that might have high single digits of it, and people just sell one off occasionally whenever there's a big drop happening or whatever. So I don't think Todd has an issue of like mass people like trying to sell it off or just take profits. It's just like you just have so many people that have stacks of them that are just like, there's a cool drop coming up. Yeah, I'll just sell one of my 13 or one of my, 7 or whatever it is. Like there are people like that own Todd. And it was on the market for like 3 months, I heard. Like it was just there on the market. You could just not market, but just on the buy page. Like you could just buy it at any point on the buy page for, for box price for the most part. So I should probably open this up so you guys can actually see a bit. Yeah, for a long time, like people could just go on the app and just buy it for $80, So there's probably are people that are that have been stacking it. FA Joker at 929. Yeah, that is crazy to think about. That you can get a Joker for almost 900 gems now. Focus on MCP or Grails? Grails, Josh. MCP is just a lottery ticket, in my personal opinion. You're just accumulating lottery tickets, but at the end of the day, it's still random chance, in my personal opinion. I'd rather just stick with things that I know they're going to give me like a pretty significant return, given enough time, instead of just having a random chance. Me personally, at least. How do you feel about Spider-Man 2099? Will it ever moon past where it's at now? Oh, for sure. Yeah, it definitely will. Just, again, you just got to give everything time right now. That is really crazy. Yep. For the longest time, I wanted Todd. And, like, to be honest, I still do. But I would have to sell... Oof. If I wanted Todd right now, I would have to sell both my ultra rare Steamboat Willie and my Mickey Sorcerer's hat if I wanted to, like, just get Todd. Which I don't think... That doesn't seem worth in my mind. So collectibles sort by. Guess I'll do it this way. Sure. Thoughts on Goofy and lenticular cards in general, comparison to Golden Moments? I'll get to that in a second. Let me just pull up 2099. What's up, Jacob? %. It's down. I do like 2099. Main issue is like, all right, do we want to buy this or Iron Man, right? That's kind of like the main thing that's going through my head. What are some alternatives for a similar price? You know, that, or do I want to buy 2 Donald lenticulars plus a Mickey? Like, that's also an alternative to this. I think it's a, it's a good price right now. It'll definitely go back up to 3K. You just got to give it time. It's a secret rare. If there's gamification, like, people are always asking like, will this ever go up in price? Like, yeah, just give it time. I think it's still pretty new. I mean, it's not even a month old. So there's still probably a lot of people that want it on drop that are selling it, or people that bought down here, or people that are just willingly taking a loss. People do that too. People just willingly sell it, take a small loss, and just invest into Iron Man or something else. The lenticular cards, I think the lenticular cards are fantastic. Gem for gem, Donald is still the best one in my personal opinion. Gem for gem, that's going to give you the biggest % return in my personal opinion. I think Goofy is great too, but now we're kind of getting in the territory. It's like, all right, should I buy an Elsa or a Goofy, or I guess it'd technically be like Goofy plus something else or whatever. But Iron Man 1699, what the fuck? Yeah, it's nuts right now. What are your thoughts on Goofy lenticular cards? Yeah, I think I already read that, I should say. I think they're great. I think it's the next best thing after Golden Moments, and I think it's a good middle ground for people that want Golden Moments but that can't afford it, or people that do like Disney and can't afford the Golden Moments. It's up there, and these are extremely collectible. I think people are forgetting that, like, these are the most iconic Disney characters that exist. It has music, it has the classic signature on the back that has been the same for like literally decades. Like, I've heard that like Minnie Mouse, Donald Duck, Mickey, like every actor that plays these characters in Disneyland, they go to school on how to do a signature, on how to do the signature correctly, because like, Minnie Mouse's signature has been the same for over 50 years, and they try to keep it the same, and so it's the same thing probably on the back of the card too, right? So yeah, I'm very bullish on just the cards in general. Plus, like, overall mint wise, like, they're up there, but if we're looking at Donald Duck, like, that's less than 10,000 mitts, and Donald Duck is like a really big figure in like the Disney community. But I really like the lenticular cards. Just in general, I would just purchase the ones you can afford. But in my personal opinion, if you could, if you have like 1,000 gems, you don't know what to buy, like, get a Donald Duck plus like a Mickey Mouse, and then you're set. Where's the best place to sell off app Bitcoin dice? I don't know, to be quite honest. I've never bought or sold anything off app. Mostly you just have to find someone else that wants to buy your thing, and then you just need to find an escrow. Randy Chavez, a handful of other people. Eventually I do want to get to the point where I can escrow for people, just so we can get things done. But I to be honest, don't understand the full process, but once I do, like, I'll be more than happy to do it for people. I kind of just want to see it through from beginning to end, right? So Jacob, what are your thoughts on Goofy? Okay, I think I already answered that. Iron Man at 1,700. Yeah, I read that. Hamoon, sorry, I would do the Todd trade. You think so? Depends on like where. Well, I would need to do more than that. because I forgot the hat is not at 4K anymore. The hat is at the hat's even higher than that. Like, let me see. Or sorry, my hat's even lower than that. Because, like, so if I sold my... First off, if I sold my Mickey Sorcerer's hat right now, I would take about a 1,500 gem hit loss just instantly, which I do not want to do. I'd rather just hold it. And if I sold my all together now, I mean, this is one I won on drop, so I mean, it is what it is. And then Goofy, if I sold my Goofy, I would take a 1,200 gem hit immediately. If I sold my Donald Duck and Daisy, I would take a 600 gem hit right away. If I sold both my Donalds, one would be a 110 gem loss. The other one I think would be a break even. Yeah. So it's like, I'd be selling so much shit. The only thing I'd be actually up in price is my ultra rare, just because I got it on drop. It's my Steamboat Willie. But other than that, then yeah. Then don't do it. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, I'm just dealing with it. That's crazy. What are your thoughts on... Yeah, I think I already answered that. If Iron Man falls down to 1,500, I'm doubling up on him. Yeah, that's a great move. Yeah, why not? Do you think Donald and Daisy will reach its peak again in a few months? Reach its peak again? I think it'll surpass its peak in a few months. You know, if we're talking like April, maybe like early May, I think it could easily surpass its all-time high, or like its, you know, previous high or whatever. 2.6, yeah, why not? Thank you for your thoughts. Yeah. Ken Gems, bro, you've been grinding on YouTube. I listen to your streams while I drive. Dude, hell yeah. Dude, that's what I would do. I would just, I figure most people, even though like my layout or just like my, what the hell do you call it? My settings, or, you know, the setting of the place like kind of looks like, you know, scuffed. Like I feel like most people just kind of listen to me in the background, or if they do chat, they have me on like their second monitor while they're doing something else, right? So I don't really mind too much. But Ken Gems, I really appreciate that. Yes, I have been grinding a lot. You know, I do want to make this like a full-time thing. And I think given it another month, if I keep, you know, I don't want to just grind, right? Because I think I need to be more strategic with the way I do a release. Just make a schedule just in general, but also do like a stream schedule, releasing videos, all that kind of stuff. So I need to be more strategic. Streaming or just doing content in general, it's not just like a, you know, 8 to 5, I clock in and, you know, I'm just going to grind hard and I'm just going to do well. It's like, no, you need to be a bit more strategic with your time and what you put out there. Like, I know in order for me to like really grow my subs, I need to do more videos, because infinitely more people go on YouTube, they look up a topic, they find your video and they sub and all that stuff. But if I'm streaming, people really, they have to find me during that time while I'm streaming. You know, I could put up a video a week ago. People still like comment on videos that I put up like 3 weeks ago, which is still technically old news, but people still occasionally, you know, watch it or whatever. They're like, hey, I'm new to this. Like, thank you for the video or some insight, whatever it is. Especially if you talk about evergreen topics, right? Like, what is a gem squeeze? Like, when is the best time to sell? Like, what are the best IPs to invest in? Like, you know, if you're talking about current events all the time, that information is only relevant during that small period of time, right? But if you talk about evergreen topics about, hey, here's some tricks on the market, or here's some IPs that Veve could come out with in the near future, you know, kind of like fun stuff, because that information could be good for years, right? So I think I need to do more videos like that. But again, Ken Gems, I appreciate that. Johnny Deep Dish, I feel like decon art is very undervalued, especially with the low edition sizes. Potentially. As of right now, I do think Veve is very gun-ho about Disney, Marvel, and DC. So until those NFTs just like really price themselves out, or a handful of those decon items do extremely well, like off platform, I think they're going to continue to be undervalued for a long time. Josh Gutty, do seasons matter? Like Cryptniks, I know you mean Cryptkins. Are season 1 basically worthless? Not necessarily. Yeah. Are they worthless? No, but if you're waiting for like an NFT just to get carried by like the fact that it's season 1 alone, it'll take a long time for it to get to that point. It kind of matters, but not really. I think FA appearances matter more, right? If they came out with a FA Darth Vader 3 years from now, it's not like trashed here because it's not season 1. You know, it's like it's still FA Darth Vader. Like, oh my god, that's a huge deal. So, Drew Pear, would you prefer Spider-Man common or Donald's card? Tanks, eh? I don't know what the tanks at the end was. Drew Pear. Let me look at the Spider-Man. I know what Donald has done, but let's pull up. I mean, we already have Donald pulled up, so. Part of me is like leaning towards the Spider-Man common, just because part of me still does want to invest in all the NFTs that are like on the loading screen of Veve, like including the common Spider-Man, the Batman Who Laughs, and I think there's a few other NFTs that are on that. I think there's a Dragon Girl on the loading screen of Veve as well. I could be wrong. I don't remember. Like, it just depends, because every time you open it, it's sometimes the same thing, sometimes it's something different. Yeah, so, or the ones that you get on the loading screen or whatever, you like load up the app. I do think that's really cool. So Donald Duck has done this. Tom Hive 11. Let me go to the Spider-Man common. And there's a lot of Spider-Mans too, right? 32,000 of these Spider-Man commons. Not financial advice. Yeah, that's what I figured. Yeah, man. Every time I think something's a good price, it goes even lower. Wow, what a market. Yeah. Did you get any of the 007 drops today? No, I did not. I didn't care to. Would have been nice. I could have flipped some stuff and made some decent profit, but I just, nah. Let's see. So this had a high of 1,400. Spider-Man's really dropped off these listings. I'm sure they'll get replenished soon. Between the two, I don't think you can go wrong with either. It's hard because like this has so many editions, but again, it doesn't matter because it's, you know, Spider-Man. I would say Spider-Man might have a chance to get like pretty high. I don't know. For now, I'd get the Donald in particular. I think that the Comet Spider-Man will like keep crashing, and there's just so many editions of it. I could picture like 6 months from now, like would it be easier to get a Donald Lenticular card or Amazing Spider-Man? And in my mind, I'm just thinking Amazing Spider-Man would be easier to get 6 months from now or a year from now. So I'd rather get the Donald card now while I can. Surreal Wonder, yeah, but yeah, I agree. It's so weird. Like prices just keep dropping, which is why I think we need to look at graphs like this. Like, so like Common Spider-Man, it might be reaching its bottom pretty soon because there's a ton of people that bought below 330. You know, 400. A lot of people bought below 400, so it could drop down all the way to like 500ish, and then people might stop selling because at that point it's just not profitable for the majority of people that are holding. And remember, there's 32,000 of these. That's so many. It's crazy. FCP points are just for ticket raffles, but for the lottery system, they'll be used for exclusive accessories, upgrades, and possibly future land sales. Don't know, but it seems important to me. Yeah, a good portion of that is speculation. Like accessories, they talked about that. Tickets and raffles, yes. Land, that's that's not 100% confirmed. And upgrades, I don't know what that means. I think it's like page upgrades or something like that. But I think that's more based on like total, well, it's like total Master Collector points, right? So I don't know. Like I'm not too bullish on the idea of it yet. I would assume that the land thing is going to be more tied to Omi potentially rather than Master Collector points. And if it is tied to Master Collector points, you bet your ass, like, you know, all the top tier people are going to buy up all the land and get all the stuff. So escrow stuff and discounted gems will go away once cash out comes. I'm not sure why everyone is in such a rush to get the cash out. This is a huge opportunity for everyone right now. Thoughts? I agree. I think people are, you know, a lot of people that are cashing out right now and can't wait for MTL, you know, some of these people are from, you know, maybe not first world countries. Maybe they don't have a driver's license and or like a bank account to send it to directly. They'd rather use PayPal or some other thing. Who knows? Like, I'm not sure what the scenarios are, but there's probably a reason why they're trying to avoid using more formal means of cashing out, right? Who knows what the reasons are, but there could be reasons for it. Sell Homer for Iron Man. I probably would, but what's the price difference, right? You're gonna have to make up some sort of price difference. I do think Iron Man should not be cheaper than Homer by any means. Let me look up on my phone. Let's see. Yeah, that floor is super thin on Iron Man. That's crazy. What was I looking for? And Homer. What's Homer? How is he? There he is. 1.4. So if you sold him, you would have to make up to buy him at floor of 1.7, which is basically 1.8 because it says 1750. You would have to make up what, 400 gems? Seems a bit steep, but I do think like Iron Man would do better. That's tough. Mark Anderson. Because you have to make up the difference, right? To be honest, I probably would. Like even if we just look at the all-time highs of like both of those, I do think like Iron Man has like way more room to run. Oh, we're already looking at Homer and Bart. No, we're not. Now we're looking at it. Wait, no. It's just lagging. Okay, cool. I'm like, there's no way Homer and Bart's 500 gems. I don't know why I was doing that. Triumph doing well. That's good. MTL News feeds the dip. Can you break down the opportunity cost of selling a collectibles comic at current discount? That is like 7 questions in one. Hold on. Let's see. 1440, 2200. Yeah, I probably would, to be honest. Like these charts, I mean, it's had an all-time high, basically 2200, while Iron Man has pushed over 3K. If you can do it, yeah, I would. Iron Man being this cheap is pretty crazy. Come on. Yeah, this is pushed over 3K, and I do think Iron Man is infinitely more investable, I guess that's the word, than Homer and Bart, in my personal opinion. If you're able to sell Homer and Bart and make up the gems, I probably would. MTL News for Feeding Dip. Can you break down the opportunity cost of selling a collectible / comic at current discount, paying fees, then MTL percentage, then tax debt versus hodl until price rebounds? That's way too much to break down. All I could say is if you already own one, hold it. If you want to buy one, I would still wait probably a few days to a week to buy one. And then that's it. Yeah. That's my answer. That's the long story short of it. Mike Mueller, I feel once you get into the comic world as well, you'll really round out your content. Everything you do with collectibles is great. I think so too. And I don't think that's like, I do get a lot of comic questions and I want to be able to speak on it. Maybe I just need to do like a week worth. I just get, I just spend like a whole week and I just get a ton of just comic content creators on here and they just educate me about comics and just different things. Because that's what I did with Sleeping in Comics. His most recent video, he talked about different stuff. And I commented and I told him, like, dude, I would love for you to do a video breakdown of the best comics to get at certain price points. Assuming you can only buy one comic, right? So, like, what's the best comic at 50 gems? What's the best one at 100? What's the best one at 300, 500, 800, 1,000? Like, what's the best comics? And there could be multiple answers in that, right? Like, at 1,000, you can say, hey, it's these 3 comics. I think this one's a bit more speculative because it might rely on like the MCU and like future shows, but these 2 are still solid because of these first appearances or whatever. So I would love for him to do a video like that because that would help me out a lot too. I think a lot of people aren't just asking like, oh, what's the best comic? A lot of people are like, I have this much money. What is the best comic for this price? Or like, what are some comics I should pick up for this price point, right? And sometimes it's not always like like in my mind, like for the lenticular cards, like you can even do this for like comics too, right? So it's like lenticular cards. What's Donald at? 580, and then where's Pluto at? Pluto's at 750. If someone asks me what's the best lenticular card at 600, I would say Donald. If someone asked me what's the best lenticular card at 800, I would say, well, Donald plus something else. Like, it's still Donald. Like, even though Pluto fits in that room of 800, I would still say pick Donald as well as something else. And I think that does happen with comics, and that's why I want to feel more comfortable understanding comics, because sometimes it's like, hey, like, this is the best comic for 400 gems, but even if you went up to 600 gems or even 800 gems, like, you're better off just doubling up or buying that comic again and then something else, rather than like buying this other comic that's 600, if that makes sense. Because gem for gem, I still think Donald is the best pickup over Pluto. Let's see. Christian C. I'm getting a lot of new names in here. I like this. I think it's because I'm kind of streaming more, not obscure hours, but just more in the middle of the day rather than like late at night. Like, usually my streams start like an hour from now or like a couple hours from now, like during the weekdays, but because of the weekend, I kind of just throw up the stream. What do you think Iron Man is in 6 months, Josh? Let me get to Christian's thing. Will the values of comics ever reach as collectibles? Some of them already have. You just need to buy the right ones, right? You just need to get secret rares and ultra rares of certain ones to reach up the prices of others, right? Like, let's look at comics. I mean, let's look at Marvel comics, like. Marvel Comics #1. So Marvel Comics #1 Ultra has actually gone up in price a tiny bit since the last time I saw it. I think it was like almost like 2K, and now it's almost at 2200. Like, just Marvel Comics #1 Ultra Rare right now is already more expensive than half the golden moments that exist, right? And none of the golden moments are as expensive as Marvel Comics #1, right? So it's, yeah, so if you're focusing on the commons and uncommons and rares, like, yeah, like a good portion of the uncommons or like the collectibles are going to outprice it. But if we're looking at certain ones, and there's also tier lists too. I actually have this pulled up. There's the tier list of the comics. We have to zoom out. Here's another tier list. So if you guys haven't heard of these, VVrank.com, as well as I think I could just copy and paste this for you guys. I'm just going to throw that in there too. Like, those are the tier list of comics. So it's like right here, of course, the secret rares, ultra rares of these up in the high S, A, and B tiers are going to be worth quite a bit, probably worth more than most collectibles. But then, you know, it's weird because like each comic is technically a blind box. There's 5 different versions of that comic. So I kind of hope that helps. I think that's what you mean. What do you think Iron Man is in 6 months? I have no idea. Way too many catalysts. Like, as much as like, the more you watch the market, the more you realize, the less you know about the market. Not like the less you know about the market, the less you find out, or like the more you find out that just random catalysts can just make the market completely pop off. Like, let's say 5.5 months from now, Veve does an announcement about Omi to NFT, tons of bullish information, this kind of stuff. All of a sudden the market just flies up. We get information about the Veveverse, and we get information from Omi to NFT. It's happening literally in 2 weeks. Prices of everything just soar because everyone's like, dude, Omi to NFT, people are gonna buy in. You know, these celebrities started tweeting about Veve and this specific NFT that I'm holding, like, oh my god, it's skyrocketing. But then again, 6.5 months from now, there could be tons of just bearish information. Maybe the crypto market is just like crashing again, and some other weird shit's happening. Like, who knows? There's 1,000,001 reasons why Pokemon gets announced, everything is just crashing. Like, there's just no way to tell how far out things are going to be doing. But Iron Man 6 months, because you asked, I'm just going to throw out a random number. I'm going to say 5.5K. I'm just going to throw out a random number just so I can feel good about it. The Ganglet, what are some good pickups right now? Literally everything. I know it sounds generic as hell, but any of the golden moments, any of the lenticular cards, Any of the, I guess, if you're into comics, like the higher rare, ultra rare, secret rare comics are like good buys right now. You can see like the list is, this list is very down compared to where it was to its all-time high. Golden Moments, I think some of the best pickups for Golden Moments right now is like Iron Man, which is pretty absurd. Any lenticular cards, especially Donald Duck, in my opinion. I haven't really looked much at Steamboat Willie. I know some people are still on the like herder, has no tag, so it's terrible. I don't think that's the case. Let's see. I think I might need to refresh this. Probably just close these two. Don't need those anymore. I'm gonna refresh this really quick. Ecomi Wiki is kind of lagging, or my computer's just older than dirt. Would you sell Becky Cloonan Batman for Iron Man? To be honest, yes, I would, personally. Not financial advice, do what you want. It does seem like the 2.5% fee of Batman, DC, and all that stuff just kind of just does not work in their favor. That's just my take, and I do think like Becky Cloonan can really get up there in price. I mean, she has a history of doing that. But at the same time, that 2.5% fee just means people are just going to incessantly just flip her on the way up, which means she has to work twice as hard to get her price up. So Becky Cloonan might be able to get her price like a bit higher, like in the medium term, but like short term, I just see like Iron Man recovering much better and doing like better long term. Who knows? Would you sell Becky Cloonan for Batman? Yeah, I would say yes. So what was the thing? Some good pickups right now. Oh yeah, Iron Man. Iron Man for 1,800 is crazy. There was an Iron Man for like 1,750 last I saw. Think he's still there? Nope, it's gone. So someone took it for 1,750. Yeah, Iron Man for 1,800 is pretty crazy. All-time high of like 3,300. He's basically not quite 50% off his all-time high, but it's definitely one of the better NFTs to pick up. What else? Elsa, like any of the Golden Moments, though I prefer Elsa, Iron Man, R2-D2. I would kind of ignore the items, you know, skateboard, not a huge fan of Homer and Bart, Pizza Planet truck, you know, Avengers logo, I'd kind of hold off on those for now. I own a hat. I'm kind of still bullish on it, on the idea of it. I think now is even like a decent price to pick it up, but I would still probably favor the characters over the things, posters, items, cars. Like people want characters and people over things, in my opinion. At least that's kind of like a general rule of thumb that I've learned from Veve. Is this your first YouTube channel, and what made you want to start making Veve content? This is not my first YouTube channel. My first YouTube channel was, God, what the hell did I make? I think it was a Dungeons and Dragons channel. I made some videos, but not too much. I'm still into D&D. I just haven't started a group or been in a group yet for a while. I've been meaning to try and find a group. Made a handful of videos. I was really into it, and I was going to make a ton of homebrew guides and maybe sell content on like the what the hell's it called? Like the guild group, guild artisans group, guild something, where you can like actually sell like PDFs online to like people to use like your homebrew content. Then I made a channel of about EVE Online, which I still have. It's in super maintenance mode right now. Like I haven't made a bit, like I'm getting to the point now where I only make like 2 videos a month because I'm just so focused on Veve and trying to make this full time and all that stuff. I enjoy the game, but shit just takes so long for anything to get done in the game. I do work pretty closely with the developers. Like I am a partner of theirs, and they kind of give me some like cool in-game items and stuff. Like I'm not like paid by them, but I do get some like exclusive information and rewards and stuff by them by getting people to like try out EVE Online. I did that, and I got monetized on that, so I started making money on there on the YouTube side of things, but not that much money. Like I've already made more money like doing like Veve content in like the first month than I did like the first 4 months of like of EVE Online, which is kind of crazy. So just because I think cryptocurrency kind of NFTs falls under the subcategory of like cryptocurrency and game betting and like some other like weird stuff. At least that's what I get ads for all the time when I watch like Veve stuff. And video game ads like just aren't that good. Most of the time it's just like phone app ads that usually are like free to play or like $1 apps, and like you just don't get that much like cost per click out of it for the most part. So this isn't my first YouTube channel. It's technically my third. My first channel, I only uploaded like 5 videos, so not much. But yeah, eventually it gets to the point where it's like, it's less about creativity and more just about consistency, right? So that's one thing I've kind of learned is I need to come up with a schedule and just find a way to be more consistent, because I used to be obsessed with just making like every video I come out with needs to be like highly edited and super interesting and come up with like a very like thought-provoking and like engaging topic and idea, and like people need to like come up with all this creative stuff. Like a lot of times like I saw here, like people just turn on my videos or turn on my streams or like my videos in the background while they drive. Like they just want something to hear or just someone to talk about Veve because it's, you know, the new thing, right? So yeah, like I would love for this to be full time for me, like in the long run. Like I love being a consultant. I've done lots of cold calling sales jobs in the past that I've done pretty well at for the most part, but I just hated twisting business owners' arms to like sign up for this and that and this program and this online thing, and just annoying them and all that stuff. Like I'd rather be a consultant, people that want to invest money and they're asking me for advice on what to invest in, and that's what I do. And I get to talk about nerd shit. Like I'm a huge nerd. I love sci-fi, I love fantasy, I love Marvel and DC and all that stuff. Like I love all this shit. So it's funny that I get paid, or I, you know, via what's called donations and, you know, YouTube ads and stuff, to basically tell people like, no, don't buy this, buy Iron Man, or, you know, trade this for that. Like it's just so cool, and I love the idea of it. And I do think Veve is going to explode. And I got relatively early into the community. You know, I'm not someone that joined Veve, you know, the first few months of like 2021, and I was able to buy, you know, tons of the top tier NFTs for box price and get in super early and all that stuff. I didn't have that luxury, so I kind of had to learn how to do stuff in the secondary market. But even I'm learning just like you guys are. Like this is my first like major gem squeeze, so I'm just kind of like learning as I'm just like not necessarily failing. I mean, the only time you only take a loss once you actually sell an NFT, right? Once you actually sell your NFT for a loss, then it's a loss. But until then, like I'm confident. Like most of the shit I'm down on is like, I have a Goofy Lenticular card, I have a Mickey Sorcerer's hat, I have a Donald and Daisy like golden moment, I have like an ultra rare Steamboat Willie. Like it's all Disney stuff, and I'm like, it's just gonna go up in price. Like I'm just gonna wait a month, 2 months, and then it's gonna go up in price. Like I'm not worried at all. Like, and those are gonna be the first things to pump in my mind once the market does recover. So yeah, I know that's kind of like a very long-winded answer to your question, but it's a good question. But no, it's not my first channel. Most of the time, it's like I'm kind of like not hamstrung, but like, you know, the hardware is a little out of date. Like I made this gaming computer like 8 years ago, so I could play like World of Warcraft and Hearthstone and what's it called, Heroes of the Storm. So I played a lot of that, quite a bit of Diablo 3, StarCraft 2. God, what else did I play? I played a lot of like TF2. God, I played like so many just like different games, not just those, but I used to also play like Counter-Strike 1.6 back, like way back in the day, with my brother. I used to play a lot of first-person shooters, so like Quake. Like I've loads like fast twitch like reflexes of just like, you know, 3-6 no scoping, all that stuff. Like that's what I grew up on, was playing those kind of just like really fast-paced like first-person shooters. So I was always good at those. Like I feel like I could always pick up a shooter and do relatively well, just because those like old school basic innate skills you learn playing those like old school shooters is just something that's applicable to like every shooter going forward. I like playing card games, I like strategy games. I recently started getting into like the Total War Warhammer games. One of my roommates got me Total War Warhammer 2 like a month ago, and I've been playing it a ton. Like I just love the different races and skills and abilities and just the unique units that each one can build and make. Been playing a little bit of, I played a lot of Baldur's Gate 2 as well as 3 recently. But right now it's just hard to like come up with like a lot of time to like play video games, because I need to be disciplined, come up with more content for my channel, come up with more ways to have additional income coming in via you know, Patreon, or if I come up with some because I thought about actually coming up with merch at some point with like shirts and hats that says, I can't say like Veve on it, obviously, but I kind of wanted to come up with some funny or cool terms that says like gem squeeze or like $10 omi or something like that, and have like a cool logo or a thing, because it's like technically none of those are like trademarked or like licensed terms, but I can like come up with those terms. So I'm not sure if you guys are interested in like a hat or like a shirt that says like gem squeeze, or I don't know, like by the like terms that like really only like Veve users would like kind of understand or know. You know, that kind of stuff. So I don't know. I would have to come up with some cool stuff. Like these are the kind of things I've been thinking about, and I have had some friends and family help me out with some of these ideas too. And I do want to grow like a community and just find ways to monetize it so I can do this more often for you guys. But right now it's like it's hard to do. I know I went on a huge like video game tangent because I do love gaming and all that stuff. I do want to get back into Dungeons and Dragons. I did think about doing a D&D campaign with like other Veve content creators. Like I would love to get like, I don't know, like Taps Trades and like Randy Chavez and some of the other guys like Old Rhubarb or Vivian3, as you guys might know him, Corey, like in a group, and like just try and get like different personalities and peoples that not are just like nice, but also kind of like clash, like, because that's also the fun part too of like being in a D&D campaign. If you guys have never played D&D, you guys should really check it out. It's a totally different experience, and like playing in person is totally different than playing online, but it's a lot of fun, and I do kind of miss it. I do think I need to kind of get that back to be able to like mentally unwind from a lot of the stuff. So let me catch up with chats. I think I'm behind a bit. I know I went on like a huge nerd tangent, but that's just the shit I love. Like I actually just started, like, I do want to come up with a Win Wednesday video on Wednesday, obviously. You guys will see what it is. If you guys watch my last couple videos, you'll kind of have an idea of what it is, but yeah, Ken James. That's what Ken James. It's an extremely long-winded answer, but I hope you enjoyed it. Rusty Ren, I think independent artists NFTs like Dragon Girl will do big. Would allow to sell on other platforms. Not bashing on NFTs, but Veve NFTs are really premium. I agree, Rusty Ren. I said that. Like, I do think there is a, in a weird way, kind of like a I would say unhealthy obsession, but there's an obsession with the big three, right? Disney, Marvel, and DC. And everything else, like if it's just not that, it's just trash, or it's just low tier, or it just gets gem squeezed to hell, which is why I do think most of those NFTs will do better off platform. Josh Gutty, will you hug me? Sure, why not? Leonidas, do you think we will pump before OMI to NFTs, or we will dip further until then? Do you think that dip will happen because of bot selling low, or is this not the main? I don't think bot selling low, like bot selling low is like a part of the reason, but I don't think it's the main reason. And as for like OMI to NFT, I don't think we're gonna get OMI to NFT until like late 2022, to be honest. Like maybe late Q3, maybe early Q4. That's honestly where I see it, to be quite honest. I see it being that late, because I think not this last AMA, but like the AMA before, David Yu basically said something like, well, we're gonna have the Q system and MTL first, but OMI to NFT is not gonna be till later this year. That's what he said, later, which I think in Veve terms means late Q3, maybe Q4, at least in my mind. Would you pick up Becky or Iron Man? Currently both same price. Iron Man, hands down, to be quite honest. I'm a little bit biased. I do like Disney a lot, but those have been the most gem squeeze resistant, and the NFTs that have recovered the best ever gem squeeze. Like, I mean, you tell me. Let me see here. Let me do this really quick. I know that's not the best example, but I mean, it is an example, but let's do this. Whatever, I'll leave that. Come on, Becky. Get out here. Selling my lenticular SR Goofy for $2,000. Sure. What do you think, R2? Do you think R2 bottom will be 6K? Maybe. I can look it up really quick. So let me ask this. I think this will show it. It's gonna look really scuffed. Oof, that's not what I wanted. Oh, it's not what I wanted either. Why is it stop? Why is it pulling it down from the top? That's annoying. Whatever. Trying to overlay this as much as I can. It's gonna look really scuffed, but I apologize. Like, I don't know, like this chart, in my opinion, looks infinitely better than this other chart. Like, here's Iron Man. So, went up to 3.3K, now finally down to 50%, but it held its value for, I don't know, 3.5 weeks, maybe a month straight. Look at Becky Cloonan. Has a higher high, don't get me wrong, but the average is probably closer to 3K, much like Iron Man. And then it's like going down and down and down and down and down. So even though like Becky Cloonan took her like a longer point to get to 1800, I just think this chart just looks way better. And I think once it gets bought out here, it's going to fly back up, in my personal opinion. It just held its value like so much better, like right here, rather than here where it just immediately dipped down and people are taking profits. Listings are skyrocketing because people are just trying to take profit, but here the listings are staying pretty level for the most part, and if not kind of going down, which is a good sign in my opinion. Which also with those like low listings, if it goes up, that's just better. It's just more likely to go up. It just means like these undercuts that are happening right here are just bigger, rather than here the undercuts are $1, $2, $3, $4, you know, that kind of thing. And for Becky Cloonan, in order for you to make profit, it only needs to go from 1900 up to like 1950, and you could literally sell it for like a 20 gem profit. And there are people on the app that probably will do that. But if you look at Iron Man, if you get it for 1800, let's say 1900, let's just compare it, it would have to go up to like 2100 roughly, maybe 2000 for it to actually get profit. So I know that was like a really scuffed like breakdown, but I don't know how else to explain it. I'm just more bullish on just the golden moments in general. I'm not saying Becky Cloonan's trash, and maybe she will surpass Iron Man, but it's not going to happen anytime soon. But if she does surpass Iron Man, then she'll, you know, then maybe Iron Man will pull ahead or whatever it is. So we'll see. Where is Becky Cloonan like right now? That's a good question. And then in the meantime, we'll pull up R2D2. Golden Mo. Of course it doesn't pull it up. Give me that Becky. Where is it? Becky Cloonan. 1850. Yeah, Becky Cloonan's holding pretty strong. At 1850. Her chart and Iron Man's chart look pretty similar, though there's a lot more listings at like 1.9 and 2K than there are for Iron Man, at least that I can see. Okay, R2D2, someone asked if that's like the bottom is the 6K. So based off your chart, do you think more X-Men will make Storm go up or down? Probably up. I think people like to just jump on the FA versions of stuff when an alternative or like an adjacent version comes out. Wonder Woman heavily undervalued too. Yeah, everything's undervalued at this point. It's just a matter of what will go up faster and further, right? It's the question. I mean, R2D2's floor could be closer to like 5K. It could be. I'm just taking a midpoint here between not even its all-time high, but like somewhere in its average, which I would say is probably like, you know, 7.7, and then going here, because like look at this, for so for almost 2 months people were buying R2D2 for under 2K, roughly 2300, let's say. That's a lot of people, and there's still 8,333 R2s or whatever. That's still a lot of people that could sell it. You know, there are people that probably do have R2D2 for 2,200, 2,300 that are like, yeah, I'll still sell it for 6K or 5K and still make a profit. Like, you can still make a profit there. I think its absolute floor will probably be like somewhere between 5,500 and 5K, assuming this gem squeeze just continues and continues and continues, like for a few more weeks, which I think it could happen. The big pivot point, I think, is going to be the end of this month, and if there's going to be any other announcements kind of prepared for like March for the most part. But that's just my take on it. I could be wrong, but I mean, I think people are forgetting this major pump and this like slow and steady pump up here, right? So Wonder Woman heavily undervalued. Yeah, I think I already covered that. What's a good buy at 300 gems? I would just hold Kevin Hernandez for right now. For 300 gems, like it's hard to recommend anything because like if I gave you something that's worth 300 gems, it could go down to like 220 in like a week. So that's why I'm kind of saying like just hold off for now for a week. I don't know, 300 gems. I can't think of like one thing exactly for 300 gems, but I do like, I still like it, and I've recommended this before. Sorry if the stream is a bit laggy too, but come on, work with me. Let's do this. Don't know if that's gonna help or hurt, but I don't know why it's not pulling it up. Ghost Spider is a pretty good investment. I do like her a lot. Why is this clip down? There we go. Do I have to do this again? Hold on. Do I have to clear this out? I probably do. I shouldn't, but whatever. Ghost Spider for 90 gems, I think is a great move. It can move all the way up to 200 gems. I think it could do Marvel Mighties won't be like the first things to pump, but it will be probably shortly after. I do think the very first things to pump after the market recovers and figures out what the fuck it wants to do, it will be golden moments first, with the other grails. So like Todd and the other shit are all going to go up roughly at the same time, like the grails. And then shortly after that, it will be the lenticular cards with Spider-Man, with the Marvel Mighties, with you know, the other big like Marvel figures, and then it'll probably be like DC, and the very tail end of it will probably be like Steamboat Willie stuff. But that's just my take. So again, right now, like I would just hold off on just any purchases. I think you're gonna you could get another 10, 20, 30% off on some of the things that are currently on right now. I mean, shit, who knows? You might be able to get a Daisy card in a week if you just wait. I mean, for 300, which is nuts to think about, but you could pull one off for 300, which is great. Would you sell Penguin for Donald Lenticular? Probably not. I think Penguin does, like, how much is Penguin right now? For way too many collectibles, sell at a loss at some point to get into grails or spread risk. It depends. I know I hate that answer, like it depends, but it's true. Like there have been times someone asked earlier, like, hey, should I sell a Homer for Iron Man? Which that Homer is probably being sold at a loss, and he'll probably have to make up some gems for the Iron Man. But I mean, Iron Man is so low right now compared to where he was and where he could be. Like, I think that's actually a decent enough trade. So not only are you taking a loss, you're also investing more gems, but if there's just another NFT that's just that much better, it could be worth it. You know, again, it depends what you're selling for, what you're buying, and what's the difference. So 780 for Penguin right now. You had an all-time high. Let's just take the average. Let's say 1400. Yeah, 1350. 1300. I probably wouldn't. It's just crazy how people are like, oh, everyone's sleeping on Penguin. Like, I agree, the low mints, but again, I do think the low fees of 2.5% are gonna constantly tyrannize the DC things. Because again, you know, I could buy a Penguin right now at 780. All he has to do is go up to 820. I could flip him right away. And you know, not everyone's gonna do that, right? But all it takes is 2 people to do that out of the 3,250 that own it. All it takes is 2 people to be like, yep, I'm just gonna flip it, and then once I do, I'm gonna get profit. Okay, if it goes down or if it goes up again, I'm just gonna buy it again. Just do it over and over and over. So Josh, For way, okay, I already read that. Would you sell Goofy for a second Iron Man? Probably not. I would just hold Goofy. It's got a lot of room to grow. I would argue it actually probably has a higher ceiling than Iron Man, like initially, like first start. I would just hold off because you might be able to, I don't know. It's hard to say, but I mean, Goofy is pretty new. That is kind of a semi, not even a scary prospect, but it's just mostly because it's newer. That just means there's so many people that got it on drop right recently that there are people that could tank the price even more just because it's because they want it on drop, and like profit is profit at them, right? It doesn't matter. So that's a tough question. Sell Goofy for Iron Man? I'd probably still say no. Like Goofy went up to like 4,400 at one point. Even at its like mid or like lowish point, it, you know, at 3,500, plus it only has 4,444 mints, which means you have to deal with like less people just like hard undercutting you. It's crazy because the total listings 332 is still higher than Iron Man, right? I think Iron Man only has like 100 something. Yeah, 250. Okay, cool. Yeah, the Goofy listings are a bit scary right now. I don't know what's up with that. Let's see, Josh. Oh, do you think the Premier League football cones to Veve or other? I have no idea what you're talking about, Josh. I'm not too familiar with like other NFT projects or Premier League football cones to Veve or other platforms. Seems other sport NFT platforms aren't doing great. Yeah, I don't know. I think sports NFTs or like ones on specific like plays or whatever, it just seems like there's like an insane saturation of those, like at least for NBA Top Shots. Like I could be wrong. I've only seen it in a, you know, what do you call it, in an auxiliary manner where I've watched other people like open packs, mostly Veve open packs, and you know there's a play of a guy dunking or doing like a random assist or an alley-oop or whatever, and it's like yeah, there's like one player, but there's like 700 cards of one player doing random plays, and like 95% of them are trash, and the other 5% are actually decent plays where they make a dunk or whatever. So it's like it just seems like there's just a lot of just like bloat of just like random cards or things that just like aren't needed or wanted at all, and that it's kind of getting to that point on Veve, but not really. I don't feel that just yet. Let me catch up on chat. What do you think about Dawn and Daisy? I think they're fantastic. I do think given enough time, it'll probably take them 3, 4, maybe 5 months, but I think they could position themselves in like the number 5 spot of like the most expensive NFTs on the platform, given enough time. Could be 6 months. Would you sell FA Joker for an equivalent lenticular card? Depends on how much you're down, and I mean, if you sold them, I would just pick up a Donald card. But even then, it depends. Like if you're down 50% on them, I would just hold it, to be honest. Yeah, I don't know. That's tough. Sorry if I'm kind of like brushing by your question, but I do want to catch up with chat. Nasser, thanks for the question, but I'm not sure. And Luca, sorry, I need to get better about saying people's names before I mention the chat. Kenji, would be funny to have Jim Cramer go over the Veve market for us only one time. Is that the guy from Seinfeld? Jim Cramer? Or no, that's like someone else Kramer, right? I don't even know who that is, to be honest. Josh Gutty, Dying Light is where it's at, bruh. T-shirt, buy my dip. I could do that. Can you please show Secret Rare ASM #1 chart? Yeah, I can do that really quick. Don't squeeze the gems. Squeeze me for gems. Yeah. I love the way you think. Haven fun. I appreciate that. I don't know at what point you started thinking that, but I'll try and think that way more. You want the secret rare? Okay. I don't know what you want me to look at on the charts. Here, Choo Choo. I'm doing it just for you, Choo Choo. Come on. All right. Cool. Wow, was that 10,000? Now it's up to 15. Could be just a delisting, right? We're not sure if this is actually a confirmed sale. The fact that there was a swing in listings by 5, I think it's just delistings here. It's hard to tell. So I'm not sure sometimes why this chart doesn't show like the current day. I have to like really zoom in to see it. Yeah, that's hard to tell. Unless someone really just bought up like 3, because the listings dropped from 32 to 27. So that's 5. I think that was just a delisting. It's hard to imagine someone just bought 5 of these, but who knows? That could be the case. And if we look at the overall chart, I mean, that's pretty much where it was priced at the beginning of January, which is back here. And so this is what I mean, right? This is actually a perfect example of like the actual floor, right? So a lot of people were buying Spider-Man for under 9K, let's say let's say 9K. Once Spider-Man hit 1050, at that point, it's no longer profitable for these people back here to sell it at 1050. So it kind of just bottomed out. And I think a lot of people saw that that was the actual bottom. And then it started shooting back up because people were like, yep, this is the bottom of Spider-Man. I'm going to buy it up. And now it's back up to 15K. So even it's not going to reach all the way down to where it was prior, because then it would just be not profitable for any of these people. But I do think this is what's going to happen to basically all the other entities on the platform. It's just going to take a while to get there, right? It's only being exacerbated, or it's being accelerated because it's a secret rare comic. There's just not a lot of listings. You're not, if you put a 0 at the end of this, 310 listings, that's a bit different. That's hundreds of people that have to cycle through their NFTs, get out of the hands of sellers into the hands of holders, and all that stuff. So I do think this, like, basically this chart is a really good example. I'm showing what needs to happen on the market before things can like rebound. Things need to basically almost not necessarily bottom out, but like need to reach to the point where like that 8.5% fee is no longer profitable for all these people back here, and then that's the bottom, and then it's going to rebound back up. So that's why with like R2D2, I'm like, okay, 6K, but like a lot of people are buying at 2K, so it's probably going to be a little bit closer to like 5K. At least that's my take. Don't squeeze the gems. Yeah, I know, I read all that. I think that every 1K wall mentally is important. Joker, Elated the Tramp, dip below 1K. Forming hollowed walls at 900s. Wally next. Do most people panic sell at every 1,000 mark? It's probably, I think it's like a psychological thing or whatever. People, tell them in their mind. I think people tell themselves in their mind, all right, if anything is below 1K, I'm just going to buy it or whatever. There's probably a lot of people like that. And there's also sellers too that are just like, well, if I just put mine up for below a K, it's going to get bought up. And then you do that enough, there's just not enough buyers to keep up with the sellers as well, right? So I don't think it's every 1K wall. It depends on the NFT and stuff. I mean, sometimes some NFTs just skip, like it seems like R2D2 just skipped 7K and just went straight down to like 6K. So Donald Daisy, first double Disney character golden moment, way undervalued, comparable to Elsa. It's not the first double Disney character golden moment. I mean, I don't know if you consider Walt and Mickey, and then Homer and Bart. I mean, those are double FAs as well. First double Disney character golden moment, I guess that's kind of true. Rennie's undervalued. I wholeheartedly agree, but it's just we're in the middle of a gem squeeze. People are trying to get rid of it. A lot of people that want it on drop are more than happy to sell it for below 1,200 right now. I mean, they could sell it for as low as 600 gems, 500 gems if they wanted to. It's still profit. They don't care. So Mike Mueller, you're a Trek fan. Did you play Star Trek Elite Force? Great fun shooter for a Star Trek fan. Star Trek Elite Force. Let me Google that. Elite Force. Probably not. I do remember playing like an arcade game of like Star Trek, like shooter. No, I didn't play this one. I didn't play it because probably like every rating for this game is like low. Actually, I take that back. It's actually kind of high. I don't know, just kind of let's look at another generic shooter. I do love Star Trek. If I had I'll be honest, I still have not seen the original series. I've watched a few episodes, but it was just like way too cringy for me, so I had to like move on. And I have not seen Picard yet. And I've watched most of Star Trek Discovery, but I wasn't a huge fan of it. So if I had to order the Star Treks, it would be Next Generation, Um, Deep Space Nine, Voyager, Enterprise, and am I missing one? Which one am I missing? Star Trek shows. I feel like I'm missing one. I can't like rank the original series because I haven't watched it, so I can't really rank it. I haven't seen like Lower Decks or what, I don't know what the hell this is. Prodigy, Star Trek Short Treks. I don't know what that is. But probably knowing what I know, if I had to guess, I'd probably put, you know, Picard and Discovery at the bottom if I had to. Let me see. But yeah, I mean, that's my top three, basically. That's really all you need to like. Because that's all I really need to know. It goes, yeah, Next Generation, Deep Space Nine, Voyager, Enterprise, then everything else doesn't matter. Mike Mueller, but yeah, that's a good A. Mark Anderson, oof, Iron Man is back to 1K. My Homer and Jason Fabek haven't sold. LOL, it was you buying, guys buying it up. It could go back down again, dude. Like, just be patient. It's done that multiple times before. I do think Iron Man can dip down back to 1.8 again. Like, it could happen. And see, you're also got to sell a Jason Fabek, right? So I don't know. We have a whole nother like 3, 4, 5 days, maybe even a week before the market finally decides to recover. Ian Anderson, I managed to sell off a bunch of my collectibles and pick up my second Walt. We're still learning. Hell yeah, dude, that's awesome. Great job. You're still learning. 06 Batman went down to 420, but I just couldn't buy it. Yeah. R2 will go back up to 10K. I believe it will go 3x from where it's at, maybe within a few months. I agree, JP. Yeah, just give it enough time. Things will recover. Just need to, you know, after MTL, after everyone kind of, you know, after we shake off all the people that are just here to cash out quickly and get out, then things will go back up. Can't wait for this end drop. Yeah, Veve has just been dropping filler drops. Yeah, like I mentioned before, it's like, it's just filler content. Like, imagine that, you know, your favorite anime where like there's like 20 episodes and like it feels like 14 of them are just filler content. Like, first 2 episodes are good where they reintroduce everyone and oh my god, and there's like the middle episode where there's this huge catalyst that this thing goes on where they introduce like the big bad guy, and the very end 2 episodes is like the big fight, right, where the guy gets all powered up and goes crazy and there's a surprise appearance from a certain character or whatever. But like all the episodes in between, that's basically what Veve does. It's like all just a bunch of filler content, a bunch of comics, a bunch of like drops that like no one really cares about. So yeah, so there is that. That's my take on it. So it's just filler content, and I don't blame them. You can't have like just absolute banger NFTs just like week over week over week over week, right? Like, the market would just never be able to recover. Let's see. Thoughts on Labbits? Got Secret Rare as it was the lowest Secret Rare. Josh Gotti, I'm not that bullish on Labbits in general. I mean, I can pull it up really quick. I would say I'm not a huge fan of the like independent artists, but a lot of them do rely on I don't know, like the whole Labbit breeding thing is like a cool idea, but none of it's confirmed by Veve, and even if it was confirmed, it's something that probably wouldn't happen till like 2024 at the soonest. And I do think there's just like better things to invest in between now and then. That's just my take on it. Why is it not pulling up Labbit? Is it 1B? Like, am I missing something? Labbit. Do I need to do a refresh? Labbit. The ornament Labbit? No, you said secret rare. So the Hooverville Labbit rubber, it's pretty inexpensive. I think this is the one, right? Is there like another secret rare that I'm just like not finding? Good God, dude. You think Donald Duck and Daisy will go up again? I buy 2 for 1,700. Yeah, they'll go up. I bought mine for 1,900. It'll go up, Poker. Don't worry. It's just so fun. Like, and I'm not even like upset with you guys at all whatsoever, but it's just so funny. Like, people ask like Donald and like a question about Donald and Daisy. 15 minutes later, question about Donald and Daisy. 15 minutes later, question about Donald and Daisy. Like, I'm not upset with you guys at all whatsoever. Like, I get it. Like, this is the whole part of like live streaming. But it's just funny. Like, this graph does not look good. This is pretty much every independent artist. Starts off high, goes low, gets pumped up, goes too high, and then people start taking profits. Like, you can almost just see the gem squeezes. Like this is just not, like, basically, unless you time it on the way up here or here, and as you notice, those peaks are getting lower, right? It goes peak, lower. It's like, there's another peak, but it's not as high as the previous one. But when you look at something like golden moments, like, the peaks get higher instead of going lower and down to the right. And you could just see the people just taking profits. Each time it gets a little bit too high, people see an opportunity to cash out, they do it. So, you know, we're in the middle of a gem squeeze right now, so it probably won't happen. But the next peak might only go to like 600, you know, or 550, and then that's it. So when that peak, when does that peak come? When does that peak come? No one knows. Even when the market does recover, it could take, even when the market recovers and everything starts pumping again, people might not even think about Labbits till like 2 or 3 weeks in. And then once that does happen, then it'll start pumping up. And then by that time, you know, it pumps up, lasts for a day, then it goes back down. And if you don't catch it, then you got to wait till the next pump. So, that's why I'm not too bullish on just, you know, Labbits in general. Like breeding is cool, but it sounds like, I think it's Frank Kosick, who's a cool guy. He seems cool, but he was just kind of just saying like, oh, you can breed and do this and this. Is like, that's all stuff he was hoping that would happen, until Veve was like, yeah, we can't control what independent artists say, and nothing is confirmed. So yeah. Where'd you hear you could breed them, Josh? Breeding gonna pump them? Yeah, well, nothing's confirmed by Veve, and again, even if they did do breeding, I just don't see it happening anytime soon. And that's something you have to kind of be careful of, right? Like, we do, like, there are other content creators that did kind of pick up the whole breeding idea and just ran with it. Like, you could breed this and that, and you can combine them together. It's like, you realize like how much just speculative and theoretical that is. Like, you're just hoping Veve follows through with this and comes up with a breeding thing. Like, I think Veve would rather allocate resources to like an infinite amount of other like NFT projects and things that they're working on, rather than like coming up with thousands of new unique ways to like breed Labbits. Like, even if they were to do something like that, that's probably not till like years and years and years and years down the road. So keep up the live streams. Keep up the live streams. Love them. Great content. Thanks, Zach. I appreciate that. Probably not cut back on them, but I'm definitely going to limit my time, make them a bit more organized and more focused, rather than just kind of like open format. I will still do the like open format like this, but I do want them to be slightly more focused and make better use of my time as well as your guys' time too, right? So let's see. Most golden moments are 50% or more right now, while Iron Man is cool NFT. Yep. Best golden moment deal right now in your jolly opinion, JDR. Iron Man. When it was at 1.8, and it could go back down, right? Iron Man, Donald and Daisy is a one you're gonna have to buy, and just really, you're just gonna have to ride out the waves for the next 4 months, because it's gonna be really volatile for the next few gem squeezes for the next like 4 or 5 months. But once it settles, it's gonna, I think it's gonna rank up there in like the top 5 or top 6 golden moments, in my opinion. Let's see, what the hell is I gonna look up? Yeah, where's Iron Man at right now? Yeah, so JDR, I'd say, you know, Iron Man, Elsa, like any of those, in my opinion, I would kind of just avoid, you know, Pizza Planet truck, avoid the, you know, Avengers logo. Not avoid them, but I do think you're better off just spending the few extra 100 gems and getting like Iron Man or getting something else. Let's see. What's it gonna do? Oh yeah, Iron Man. Yeah, Iron Man's already back to 1.9, so it's like 1.994. Okay, so it's still basically 2K, but someone's gonna undercut at some point, right? Captain America #1 Timely Comics was first published in March 1941. How cool would it be if the Veve dropped that comic next month? That'd be kind of cool. I didn't know that's Real Wonder. That's kind of a cool thing. Maybe they will. I feel like they're going to get more towards, you know, I think March is, you know, International like Women's Month or Day or something like that. Not exactly sure, but good morning from Thailand. How are you doing today? I'm doing pretty good, Henry overseas. Probably going to log off soon. I told myself like an hour ago I would get off in 30 minutes, but I've been getting some good questions and I've been trying to help people out. So taught at 7.5K. When those whales gonna come in and sweep the floor? Soon, hopefully. We'll see. Last week of the month, let's see if someone will get that big drop that they wanted for this month. It's going to be a very interesting week in the market for sure. I agree. Most whales come when MTL comes out, not before. True. Once like the whales see like an actual exit strategy, then they'll come in, right? And I think, who was it? I think Rob Stuff was like, yeah, I'm not a fan of being able to cash out $50,000 every 7 days, right? But I'm like, that's good because now the bigger whales can jump on the app, because I think he said like other projects, you know, I don't know if he means on, I don't know what he means by other projects, but he said like most of the time you can only cash out like 1, 2, maybe 3,000 a week, something like that. But that's actually good because now we can get some huge whales on the platform that can invest, you know, 100K in one go and really pump the prices of some of these NFTs. Because if they come in, because the reason why they're doing that, like the reason why the bigger whales are going to come in is like they can see themselves cashing out their entire vault of 100K within 2 weeks instead of them taking literally a year if you could only cash out like 2K a week. So when the whales find an exit strategy and they can cash out 50K a week, like that's a lot, right? And if you have $250,000 gems that you want to cash out because you invested 100K, you managed to basically 2.5x it, which is great, and you want to cash out, like that's only going to take you, I don't know, how long would that take you? A little over a month instead of potentially like a year and a half if you can only do like 2 or 3K a week, which seems silly. But yeah, I agree. Rennie's DW whale still in space who sweeps floors. The price gets to a certain point. Yep. Jim Cramer is a dude on Mad Money. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know what either of those are. Mad Money? What the hell is Mad Money? Is that the bald guy that does like the... Not bald guy. Yeah, it's the bald guy. Yeah, who does like the market stuff. Okay, now I know who it is. I knew the face, but not the name. Yeah, he does like the market stuff. Yeah, yeah. Jim Cramer believes that there's always a bull market somewhere. Funny. I know who that is now. I'm much better with faces than names. That's just how I am. The t-shirt ideas. Oh yeah, I'll have to come out with some t-shirt ideas. I mean, if you guys are interested in that, like I would love to. I had like an I'll literally throw this up in like MS Paint. Actually, I'll deal with it later. I don't know that. But I had some ideas about doing like, oh, $10 OMI gem squeeze, you know, kind of terms that only like OMI like users would understand, right? So thank you. Price prediction for a drop tomorrow. The comic, I have no idea. Probably low. Fahim. Comic, the common will probably go below 15 gems. Who knows? Maybe some people will buy it up for the memes because it does look kind of funny, but we're in the middle of a gem squeeze. It's not a first appearance comic. I don't think people are going to care too much about it. Let me hear. I hear you talking up Iron Man. Do you think that is the most slept on golden moment with him being dead in McIntyre? How does his value grow? And MCU. Yeah, he could still grow for sure. And there's going to be a multiversal thing. So he will make another appearance, it seems like, especially if we're involving the Illuminati for the most part. But yeah, and like plus the entire MCU started because of Iron Man for the most part. Like he started like the Avengers and all that stuff. Like all the other movies kicked off because like Iron Man was so successful, at least in my mind. I could be wrong. Like the first Iron Man movie for the most part. And so he's the one that started it all. He's also the dude that ended it all, right? He's the one that snapped the finger of the Infinity Gauntlet. Like he's the one that found a way to basically go back in time and do all the crazy stuff. So like he's a pretty big deal. And it's funny because people were talking about it like 20 years ago. No one was talking about Iron Man. Like Iron Man was like nobody's favorite superhero until the movies came out, and then like Iron Man was super cool, right? Robert Downey Jr. is always going to be mine, and hopefully everyone's Iron Man. But I don't think it's just purely off of just like, well, there's not a movie coming out about him, so like he's not going to pump, right? Like, when was the last time there was a I don't know, it's a terrible example, but you know what I mean, Josh. I think Iron Man, I think Donald and Daisy right now is the most slept on, but that's the one you're gonna have to like really, if you buy one, you're gonna have to really grit your teeth and just like ride out like the next 6 months, because you just have to really shake off all the people that have been that won the drop recently, and it's gonna place itself pretty high, and you need to get the right people on the app that are Disney fanatics and that really like Donald and Mickey and Disney and all that stuff, to really appreciate that golden moment. But like that's just one you're gonna have to buy and just hold out for a while. Okay, so I will be getting off here in like probably 5 to 10 minutes, guys. So because I've been streaming for way too long. They have Tom Cruise playing Iron Man in the Multiverse of Madness. That's what I've heard. I don't know if that was confirmed, but it seems cool. Seen rumors of Tom Cruise. Yeah, exactly. Better buy in his current market. Goofy. What better buy in this current market? Goofy or Elsa? That's tough, dude. Like doing the secret rare Goofy, that's a hard one to pin down. Like it's still like, it's not even a month old. It's like 3 weeks old. It's a secret rare. It's a lenticular card, and it's like the first appearance of Goofy, but it's still so new. It's like in the middle of the gem squeeze. Like I can't put my finger on it. I think like in the long to like maybe midterm, like maybe Goofy, but in the short term, like I could see Elsa recovering very well. I don't know. That's honestly like really tough. I would just like flip a coin. Like I don't know, but it's hard to go wrong with just a golden moment. I mean, lenticular cards are fantastic too, but yeah, it's really hard to say. I just picture Goofy being the thing that people sell to get a golden moment, which I think is already happening right now. So I'd probably say Elsa, but that's really tough. Esteban, that's a good question. I don't know, Josh, or it could be switch up and B1's Rambo. Yeah. Well, poop on my short-term lab at Play Hooverville through all my trust in influencers. I don't know what you mean by that. Throw my trust in influencers. First of all, you shouldn't do that. You should probably run it by multiple influencers, but also be like, you know, like Veve, you know, Veve Vision, they're great guys, but you know, and you need people like them. I do think they have a place like in the Veve community to like hype people up, get ready for the Veveverse, like, oh, this new drop is cool and all that stuff. But like I do think they probably lean a little bit too much on speculation than I would personally like on you know, because they're just hyped to be a part of the community, and like so am I. But they probably they don't do super in-depth technical analysis like I do, so my mind's just different. But you know, their channel is much bigger. They're definitely more exciting to watch. They definitely have more stuff going on than me, and just in general. So they do have that going for them. So yeah, I mean, you need everyone like that in the Veve community, but at least from like the people I've watched, like the only people that are like really hyped up Labbits that I can think of is like really like Veve Vision, which I could be wrong. Maybe you got the information from somewhere else, but for the most part, I'm not too bullish on the idea of, and I'm saying you can't sell this for a profit at any point. Like even if you bought it here at 375, there might be a point you could sell it higher. I would just try and cash out as soon as you can and just try and find a different way or whatever, but it's up to you at the end of the day. I'm not telling you what to do, but it's just not something I'd personally invest in. That's it. OG Glow, was the Iron Man poster the second SR on the app? Ultraman, I mean. The second SR? I don't know, to be honest. I couldn't tell you. Even if it was, I don't think that brings that additional value. At least I don't see it. Jin, would you sell a Catwoman, a Robin? Catwoman, Robin, 2 Jake the Dogs, a Vulture, Macabre, and a J. Lee Batman to buy Iron Man. I'm tempted to sell low to buy low. Yeah, I don't know how much you bought all those for, or how much you're down on all those. I really wish I could help you, but I do not have like the mental capacity to like look up each of those individually and try and figure out how much it's. If you're down on all of those, Most of those are pretty solid. Catwoman, Robin, Jake the Dog, Vulture Macabre, meh. Jaylee Batman, I think that could recover pretty well. I think they could all recover well after this whole pump thing, but it just seems like a lot of work, and a lot of the time people that want to sell that many things just can't sell all that stuff in time before Iron Man starts moving again or whatever. But I think you might have time. I think you might have 3 to 4 days to buy it at, if you're trying to buy it at 8K, like 1.8K, and that's it, you need to shoot for something closer to like 2.2K, because Iron Man could recover by the time you sell those, like, what, 5 or 6 NFTs? Unless you like heavily undercut on all of them, take a huge loss. So it's hard to say, but it seems like a lot of work. Mike Miller, I feel like gamification of any kind of these NFTs here is way off, as in not even worth speculating on. Veve needs to spend time on the basics. I agree. The only ones that I'm kind of investing in that are speculative in the future are Marvel Mighties, just because there's so many FAs tied to the Marvel Mighties just in general. If you are going to make if you do want to make an investment that's also like a speculative play, I would say Marvel Mighties, like Doctor Doom FA, Green Goblin FA, Red Skull FA, Captain America FA, Ghost Spider, like those are all, pretty decent. Those are all good FAs to have, and like there's a reason I think why Marvel is crowding all the FAs in like the Marvel Mighty, region. So, if you want to play both sides, if you want to do something that's like more speculative as well as just like a good investment because it's a solid FA of a solid villain or character, like I would go with Marvel Mighties, which is why I've been not necessarily avoiding, but like don't really care too much about the hoverboards or like the vehicles, because it's just tied up way too much with like the Veve verse and all that stuff. Yada Dog, thank you so much for the €5. Great video vibes, learning about NFTs and Veve from you and the YouTube community. T-shirt idea, not financial advice. I like that. I like that one. Hashtag not financial advice. Okay, like it actually sounds like you guys are interested in like buying a shirt. I don't know. I'd probably set up something on like Teespring or whatever, just like keep it simple. And yeah, not financial advice. I kind of like that T-shirt idea. Not financial advice. Yeah. Not find it, like I think that's the thing. When I need to come up with like clever phrases or just things that people say that are only known in like in the Veve community that you would understand, right? So I think a lot of channels say not financial advice, but that's obviously big with Veve. Maybe I'll do something with Todd that just says number 100 Todd, like that. If that's all that says, it says Todd number 100 and maybe some like logos or something below it. There's no titling, there's no labeling. It just says Todd, pound 100. That's all it says. And maybe it'll say something like one of the one, or I'll probably try to find some like clever way to make it interesting or clever or something like that. Maybe something that just says like golden moments, or whatever. Maybe it'll say like golden moments, and maybe it'll say something like the king, and it's just like Wally. I can't show a picture of Wally. I can't use like any like actual imagery that's like trademarked or anything like that. I can't use any like anything like that. So, but if I just say golden moments, like that doesn't mean anything. But yeah, I was gonna try and do a meme with like Wally or something like that, but I just can't. Let's see. Do you see golden moments going down more from here? Potentially, Mark. I do see them going down a little bit more over the next week or so, maybe the next few days, but just be ready to pull the trigger when you can, right? Just have a NFT in mind to get one. And if you're on the fence about it and you're like, God, I don't know if I have enough time to like watch the market closely. If you don't have time to watch the market closely, just get it while you can. Like it's gonna go up. What's the difference between buying Iron Man at 1600 versus 1800 versus 1700 versus 1900? Like just get it. Just get it in your vault. And 6 months from now, it's not going to matter when it's at 5K. Like, who cares? What price? What price would the price of poster of today sell for? 408. Should I hold or sell? I don't know. I don't sell it at a loss, but I don't know. I don't know what your situation is. It's not like that low of a mint. It is low, but it's like probably one of the least desired NFTs on the platform. Like not even trying to make fun of you or the NFT, but that's just the way it is. Rodrigo de la Garza. So VVGTV, yeah. Yo Crypto, E-grade comic, yeah. Mason Hesley put the Valentine's gold moment on your tier list. It is. It should be. It should be on there. Maybe I haven't updated the old one on my video. I think I haven't done that. I can't, like, I would hate to retroactively go back every time there was a... I thought I did update that. I bought Goofy instead of Iron Man. I bought Goofy instead of Iron Man and Lady and the Tramp, praying it was a good move. Yeah, dude, it's fine. Instead of Iron Man and Lady and the Tramp. Yeah, dude, that's fine. Goofy's still gonna do great stuff. And, you know, there's a period of time where where Iron Man and Lady and the Tramp will probably surpass Goofy. And then maybe there's a point where those plateau, and then all of a sudden, all the hype is lenticular cards, and Goofy surpasses those. Like, it's a give and take, right? Things could change up. What the hell is going on here? Why does it look like this? There it is. I mean, the list should look like this. Like, I'm opening it up right now. It's kind of scuffed because I like half did it, or I was showing someone an example, but this is the list. Here, try, I mean, it has Donald, Daisy, as well as the Lady and the Tramp there. If you guys want to fill that out yourself, if you guys want to make like a video on it, whatever, it doesn't matter. That should have it. Let me open that. I don't know why it has Elsa there, but whatever. I mean, it should be good enough. I still don't understand fully how that like tier list thing works with like links and all that stuff. Like, I don't know. It's strange. Lady and the Tramp is blue chip. I don't know about that. I mean, it's a golden moment. It's solid, but I don't want to say blue chip. I bought Goofy. I already read that. When in doubt, go with the golden moments always. Yeah, agree. SR Storm for golden moment. Where's Storm at? Can you tell my wife this is a good stream to watch? This is a fantastic stream to watch. Mrs. Gutty. Sorry. Hope it makes sense. Like, say, hey Megan, keep watching and enjoy. Poolside all day, every day t-shirt. Okay, cool. Megan. This is a great stream to watch, and you should watch it every day. I've seen Leprechaun in some blue chip lists. I don't know about that. I would have no independent artists in blue chips. Maybe the highest ones I would put is like, is it? I don't know how to pronounce it. It's not independent artists, but like Givenchy or Givenchy, whatever. Like, I think they were released during Decon. Yeah, because it's like a big, I think it's like a French like perfume company or whatever, but like they have history of selling stuff on OpenSea and doing really well. The Givenchy Pride stuff or whatever. I don't know. That's where I would put it, but Leprechaun is in no way, shape, or form a blue chip. I said, hey, Megan, yeah, I already read that. Is buying gems on eBay is the safest way? Gems at a discount? Eric, I have no idea. I couldn't tell you. Sunny to spicy with the chili emoji on the shirt. True. I do like that. Shirt reads, got Todd. I like that. Got Todd. What are your plans for land? You getting any? I don't know. It depends on if it requires Omi or whatever. I'm very bullish on that idea, and I have made plans possibly with like a friend to like make a move on like land, but I have no idea how it would unfold. Marvel Mighties are ugly. The only reason they hold current value is because of the tag. Nobody would buy those goofy looking Steve Rogers without the FA. That is true, but it has the FA tag, so there's some value attached to it. And I do think if there is a company that is thinking like 5 years ahead, it's probably going to be Disney/Marvel when it comes to potential gamification or whatever it is. So I agree, Joseph Laney. I used to be that guy. I used to hate those stupid little, you know, cartoony guys that have like horse hooves, and I'm like, what the hell is this? This is so dumb. But I mean, if they keep pumping out FAs for significant superheroes or villains in Marvel Mighties, there's something to it. So, I mean, it's not for no reason. So you said the secret rare Storm. I don't know what you bought this for. If you sold it, you would not have enough for Iron Man, which is like, I would instantly 1-for-1 this for Iron Man, but like, I mean, if you bought this for like 2,500 gems or something, did it ever get up that high? Eh, kind of. I don't know. Hard to say. Stream started 4 hours ago. Sheesh. I'm getting off like right now. After I finish up chat, like I'm literally getting off. I'm getting bombarded with questions. If anything fall below retail, is it a good time to buy, or it's toxic and run? Not necessarily toxic. I do think like Storm, like if we look at the Storm common, or no, Invisible Woman, you have to take the popularity of the superhero too, right? Like Storm isn't there, but like Invisible Woman, I probably wouldn't invest in her right now. Same thing with like Groot. Like Groot, I would actually probably invest in. Phew, that's really low. That's really low. Is that its all-time low? No, not by any means. What was his box price? 40. Okay, I thought this was 52. Or 50 as well. Yeah, it's not so much like hard avoid them, but those are like very long-term plays in my mind. Like that's like comic level. Like you're buying it and you're gonna hold it for a while, right? Megan was not impressed. I couldn't care less what Megan thinks of me. What's your favorite NFT? I have a few. I do like the Batman Who Laughs a lot. Just aesthetically, I just like Batman Who Laughs a lot. I like Dragon Girl. I do like the Uprising poster. Until they come out with a Wolverine NFT, I'll probably say that too. Todd looks sick, of course, but yeah, that's probably like my favorite NFTs. I don't know. I don't have like one in specific. Will they release all 101 Dalmatians as individuals or one big one? I don't know. I doubt they'll release all 101, but they'll probably just release, I forgot what her name is, Mpongo, like maybe the two main ones, plus the human characters, and then Cruella DeVille, and I don't know. I bought Lady in the Tramp for 1,400. Now it's at 900. Do you think it's a good buy? Dude, okay, I didn't buy Lady in the Tramp, but I did buy Donald Duck and Daisy Duck at 1,900. Like, just hold. Like, they're golden moments. They'll do fine. You just have to wait long enough. And even if it wasn't a good buy, selling right now, just willingly taking a 500 gem loss or like a 550 gem loss is not the plan. I would just wait still. We love you though. I appreciate that. Michael Wiggins, when Invisible Woman minted, I bought 17 at or under mint, and then 3 days later sold them all for 100. Yeah, you have to catch them early on. If that's not the case, then yeah. So I don't know. Like you could buy it now, but then 3 days later, yeah, that's because I think it was shortly after the announcement. Right now with the gem squeeze, everything is so cheap right now. And I think she was minted. Where is she? Storm. Sue Storm. I'll do Invisible Woman. And I think the reason maybe why she pumped so much is because she was probably one of the cheapest like collectibles that's like Marvel on the app at the time. And also like everything was just pumping so hard that there just wasn't better alternatives to buy, right? For the most part. Yeah, she released like towards the very tail end of like when everything was pumping. So like if you look at literally any other like NFT on the platform, around like January, like the first 3 weeks of January, just somewhere in that region, like everything just pumped. Like things pumped at different times, but like yeah, she was definitely part of that pump. And then shortly after, it just kind of just dragged off. Like I mean, if we look at all the other Batmans really quick, Wolverine is what I've been waiting for. I hope it's just not Marvel Mighty. Me too. Would be worse, and old Rhubarb can agree. I really hope they do Marvel Mighty Hulk. Please don't ruin Hulk by making him a Marvel Mighty. Let's look at Darwin Cook really quick. It was the pump. Storm took 3 months to do the same. Yeah. So like, look, January 17th, hard pump. January 18th, hard pump. If we look at, I don't know, Joe Mad, whatever. Damn, 5 hour grind, my dude. Yeah, Sonic Master. I don't think it's been 5 hours. It is 5 hours. Jesus Christ. All right, I'm getting off. I'm gonna show this. Look at that, January 17th. Just everything pumped that day. It just, Sue Storm just happened to drop during that time when everything was pumping, and there was just like nothing better. I would say nothing better to buy. But now that everything is gem squeezed so much, like even though Sue Storm is still below, like the Invisible Woman still below box price, there's probably just other things to buy that are better. Like me personally, I would still rather buy 6 Ghost Spiders than 12 Sue Storms. That's just me. Pride or Todd? I don't know much about Pride. I haven't done that much research. There seems to be a lot of outside influence and market manipulation with that, so I would say Todd. Crypto superhero. But yeah, I'm getting off, guys. Thank you so much for stopping by. I did not mean to stream for this long, but yeah, I hope you guys take care. Hope you guys, if you guys are gonna buy anything, I would just hold off for now. Just wait a little bit longer. I do think you guys can get some better prices over the next few days, but just kind of keep an eye out for the things that you want to buy. And just, you know, when I used to play football, my coach used to say this, which is play slow, react fast. Just play the market slow, but when you see an opportunity, just react fast.